better in terms of connections and stuff, because, yeah, it's been a fucking nightmare. Anyways, sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button. And also click the link in the description down below, because it's always better when it's live, ladies and gentlemen. It is Thursday, which means this was my final day of the gym for this week. So, you know, it's a good time to be alive. It's a good time, you know. It's nice when you finish the week. You know, you've worked your ass off. You know that you can go the weekend, or you can go into the weekend feeling good. Gatanov, Lenari, how you guys doing? Happy to have you here. How are you? Have you not streamed in a while, or have I missed it? No, we've been streaming pretty consistently, Lenari. The only day I didn't stream was Sunday. We've been streaming Sunday and day before yesterday. Traxton, how you doing? Oh, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Damn, uni stress has me by the balls. Oh my god. Wait, but isn't like uni over now? Aren't you guys on holiday now? On break? I'm good. I enjoyed DF so far, and I want to do more open world content and Mythic Plus or Raid, so that's cool. Captain, I can't wait to finish. We're basically done. We only have the bronze Dragonflight stuff left to do, so we're effectively done. And then we can get into like the renowned stuff, the open world stuff, the dragon riding stuff. So I'm really excited for like all of that shit. Very excited for it. And yeah, in Austria, break starts on Friday and goes on till 8th of January. Jesus. So when I was in college, we would do college would usually end in like November. Let's say between the 20th and the 25th. Psycho Miku, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So let's say between the 20th and 25th of November. Some people would have to go into December, depending on where their exams land, because you have your final year exam usually starting in like October and then going all the way into November. And then a holiday starts. Then you have the whole of December and the whole of January. And usually we only start arriving on campus again like 15th or like the 20th of February is when you arrive on campus again. So you have like if you're lucky and your exams work out that way, which happened to me one year where I had 3-month break, which is really cool. But I think South Africa, we also have a very different schedule than you guys. Our summer holidays are over December, whereas your summer holidays are obviously June, July. You have a ton to catch up on. I am 381 with mid-playtime spent and don't have all campaigns unlocked, etc. Yeah, I do have a lot to catch up on, but I'm not rushed. You know, I don't really give a shit about like finishing or how fast I'll finish it, because I already know the gist of what the lore is all about. So, you know, I already have a lot of speculation just waiting to happen. CCS King Julian, how you guys doing? Lenori, but you guys have your massive holiday during June, July. So when you're in college in South Africa, you have your year starts in February. Like I said, 15th to 20th of February, depending on. That's when your year starts. Your first holiday is end of March. You usually have like 2 weeks holiday, end of March. Then you have like almost a month holiday. June, July, winter holidays is almost a month. Sometimes like three weeks, a little bit more than 3 weeks. And that's also where like you start with your half-year exams, finish those, and then you go on a winter break for June, July, but only like 3 weeks or so. And then you have like a week and a half break in October, just before the final exams start. And then, obviously, for final exams, you have a 2-month break. July, August, and September. Wait, all 3 of those months? You have July and August. That's right, the final boss of the raid. Time to see if it's as hard as they say or normal. I hope you never get to kill it, King Julian. I hope that at the end of next year, you are still in this chat going, dude, I can't get this fucking final boss of the first raid down. Like, there's just nothing I can do. That would make me happy if that happened to you. Mythic is down. Guild posted screenshot of someone on Razageth Protodrake transformation on. Whoa, wait, what? No, Mythic? Mythic isn't open yet. CCS, how you doing, bro? Doesn't Mythic open, like, next week? It's usually normal heroic that opens. And then, Mythic opens the week following. Like, Mythic never opens the same week as normal heroic. I'm pretty fucking sure Mythic is open. And someone already killed it on Mythic. Well, that was a very short race to world first thing. Holy shit. Okay, so race to world first is pretty much over. Can't be. We'll check Wowhead. Fuck it. We have it here. So Liquid claim heroic Razageth world first. That was 8 minutes ago. No, there is not a 2 hours ago you had the world first Mythic Primal Council kill by Vesper in Vaults of the Incarnates. World first Mythic Aeronaut kill by Vesper in Vaults of the Incarnates. So these guys, they made a mistake. Oh shit. Okay, Vesper is gonna get their asses handed to them. You see, because I have a feeling if Liquid was the first to claim heroic Razageth, it means that Liquid probably did normal into heroic and then going into Mythic to try and get as much gear going into Mythic. Whereas Vesper most likely skipped normal or even skipped heroic. So Vesper probably did a couple of bosses on normal, couple of bosses on heroic, and went straight into Mythic. So they're getting some of the easy bosses down in Mythic, but they're going to hit a fucking wall. And then they're going to be forced to go back and do normal, do heroic. This could really fuck Vesper in the ass. Emergent, how you doing, bro? Turning cooldown. Blizzard looking for feedback. Celebrate Vaults of the Incarnates. Wrath of the Lich King, Overwatch 2. Blizzard on skill bonuses. Magma Shell Mount. Keystone NPC. Uldaman Time Breaching. Talent Trinket. Getting into Dragonflight. Azure Weave, Chronocloth, Mythic Plus Dungeons. Yeah, there's not been any kill on Mythic just yet. You're gonna hit a wall. Like, this has happened in every single run ever. So whenever there's a race to world first, there will always be Scott Storm. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. There will always be this one random ass weird guild that no one has ever fucking heard of that'll get like world first Mythic kill, say like on the first 2 or 3 bosses, and everyone's like, oh my god, no one even watches this guild. What the fuck? There's gonna be a new world first guy, and then they just don't kill anything else at all, right? Because they instead of doing the like reruns and re-clears and split runs and stuff like that in order to get the gear together, they just went in and smashed as hard as they could to try and get, like, hopefully go through on skill. The transformation should have been Mythic drop, not heroic. Traxton, what do you mean? I mean, it's rare that Blizzard will have a drop that is Mythic only. Like, Blizzard have done that in the past, but I don't think that happens very often. Like, usually if there is something that drops, it drops from all difficulties, or at least from heroic as well, just because very few people can actually do Mythic. Like, very few people can do Mythic, which means if you're gonna put something that people really want, like a skin for dragon riding, into the raid, and you make it mythic only, that's a recipe for boosting. Because people will have to boost in order to get it, because the vast majority of people will not get it. So yeah, I don't know if Blizzard should ever do that. I'm in favor of gear though. Like, Blizzard should absolutely make some epic transmog drop from Mythic. Like, I'm talking completely unique pieces of gear that you can literally not get unless you do it current on Mythic. So that Mythic Raiders can stand out from the rest of people. Like, they can look badass as shit because look at me, ma, no hands, kind of thing. Although I'm not sure how people would feel about that. I have a feeling a lot of people would be very pissed because of that. Deathwing Transmog would be awesome unless it already exists. Pretty sure there isn't a Deathwing Transmog. At least I know for a fact there isn't one for Warlocks. Not that I've seen. There's some pretty cool Void ones, though. Some really cool Void ones. Yeah, the Deathwing mount you can get. The Transmog, not so much. I'm just going through YouTube here to see if there's like anything good or fun to react to before we go to Reddit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't give a toss about the mounts in World of Warcraft. Like, I've never cared. It's just not really my thing. Too much. A super rare copy of The Hobbit. My country is falling apart. That's what this means. That's just my country falling apart. There's another one. 4 years ago, they already... Like, I watched this video, right? This is an intelligence briefing by Franz Cronier, who's like an analyst. And 4 years ago, this guy already predicted that we're gonna have no electricity. The world's gonna be super fucked in 4 years from now. And here we are. No one listened. And it's like, dude, why when the analysts speak do the politicians not fucking listen? Mountain lore is the thing that lasts between expansions. Yeah, but the only thing I care about is lore. I've never been a fan of mounts. I don't understand the collection game, I guess. Like, transmogs, mounts, stuff like that. Couldn't care less. My character looks like a complete fucking homeless person. And I'm perfectly happy with it. Like, it just doesn't bother me whatsoever. Fuck, why is there no good videos on YouTube? Dude, YouTube is really going backwards. For the last few days, I have struggled like fuck to find anything worthwhile watching on YouTube that isn't Warhammer stuff. The AMD launch for their graphics card is very fucking muted. I couldn't care less. Destiny's whole shtick with Mr. Gull is boring as fuck. I can't watch it anymore. I've just had enough. Like, whenever Destiny speaks about Mr. Gull, I'm like, dude, no. I'll just leave here. This is boring as shit. I watched this video. Like, do you guys know? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
You're not fucking fighting somebody in an MMA cage or something. Like, you were literally...
Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Give me the video. There we go. I want to show you guys this girl, and you tell me if you think she's fucking natty, right? Like, does this girl look natty to you? Donna Lynn Bailey. Like, would you say she's completely fucking natural? Not a single bit of testosterone or PEDs or anything like that introduced into that body whatsoever. There's no way. I don't care what kind of genetics you have. There's no fucking way that a girl looks like that. Not even a guy. If a guy looked like that ripped, I would be like, no, bro. No, that's not happening. Just no. Yeah, the Liver King. He was natty too, right? Yeah, this is juice to fucking like to the balls. Although she doesn't have balls, but she may as well have with the amount of testosterone in her system. She claims to be natty, by the way, 100%, and she's claimed that for years now. She won Miss Olympia, right? In the physique section, I think, and she claims that she has never taken anything. She is completely natty. She's pretty dried, like no fat at all. Add some of these muscles won't appear at the match. No, she is dry, obviously, Katanov. The thing is, if you're gonna maintain, right, that level of physique, so the muscle structure, the density, the mass, and also dry yourself out with no PEDs whatsoever, dude, that's like, you're talking godlike stuff. You're talking about like, you're talking about things that normal human beings couldn't do. So you would have to have, like, probably be the only person in the world with that level of genetics. Like, your genetics is just that good. Like, you should see some of her other pictures, dude. Like, this is her from the back. Just, like, fuck that, bro. I'm sorry, but fuck that. There's no way that this is natural. It's just, I don't believe it. There's muscles on her muscles. Like, her muscles are growing muscles. That's just, the only thing that can do that is fucking steroids. Sorry, but just, yeah. But of course, you know that she's got her own supplement line. About as natural as The Rock. John Cena actually claims to be natty as well. I don't know if you guys know that. But yeah, John Cena says that he's completely natty. But no, I was just watching More Plates, More Dates. And he does a breakdown of her claims of being natty. Cena look reasonable, to be honest. I don't think Cena... No way, bro. There's no way. Look, if you work out, like, every single day of your life... Here's the thing, right? Building muscle is fucking hard. It is not easy. It takes years to put on any sort of noticeable mass of muscle. You can cut muscle, and you can look good, obviously. You can give a definition. That doesn't take that long. You can probably get decent definition within, let's say, 2 to 3 years at the gym. But to build muscle to the point where, like, it's proper fucking bulky now, that shit, like, I don't think there's enough time in the human lifespan to do that natty. Especially considering the fact that you're, like, there's a point where you're gonna start falling off. You know, there is an age where, like, once you reach your 40s, now you're fighting against fucking, like, biology. At least he used to during the days of WWE compared to the others. Don't know how he looks now. I would say even then, I don't know. Maybe there are people that is just very blessed genetically. I have pretty, like, I know it doesn't look like it, but I do have pretty decent genetics in terms of muscle. I've been to the gym now. I've been going to the gym for about 6 months, and there's already like a shit ton of muscle forming. I can fucking see it. I can feel it. It's there, right? It's hidden very well beneath layers and layers of fat, but it is there, you know. So I'm pretty fine genetically, not gifted or shit, but decently fine. And even like I wouldn't be able to do that. Like, even if I was skinny and following the perfect diet, I don't think I'd look like John Cena. Even in 4 or 5 years, I don't think that's possible. But then again, you know, you never know. I just hate when these guys make money off of this shit, you know? Because they do. They cheat so many fucking people out of shit. Oh, shit. Alright, chat. Sorry about this, chat, but I just saw something I really want to watch, so we're watching this now. This is the 4 creepiest parasites on Earth.
Thanks to Brilliant for supporting this whole week of SciShow. Go to brilliant.org/SciShow to learn more.
Let's see here.
Of all the strategies life has developed for survival, parasitism is among the most popular. A parasite is an organism that makes its living taking resources from another, called the host. Parasites give nothing back and often harm the host in the process. Scientists have estimated that anywhere between 1/3 and 1/2 of all life on Earth is parasitic, although there's still a lot we don't understand. What we do know is that the unique challenges and opportunities that come with parasitism have led to the evolution of some truly strange and sometimes disturbing features. Fair warning, some of what you are about to hear is pretty gross. So if you're on the squeamish side, this might not be the list show for you. Case in point, the first parasite on our list is a crustacean that latches onto a fish's tongue and lives I heard about this. They're often called tongue-biting isopods, and they belong to a group of crustaceans called cymathoids. This group includes many species.
Do they actually kill the fish? I don't think so.
That attack fish, usually infecting skin, muscles, or gills, feeding on the fish's nutritious fluids. But species in the genus Cymathoa have a particularly disturbing habit of going for the mouth. Since there's limited space in a fish's mouth, this approach is a strictly first-come, first-served sort of engagement. The crustaceans all start out as free-swimming male larvae. They wander around until they find a fish, and then they settle in its gills. There, they check to see if the mouth is unoccupied. If so, they move in and bite down on the fish's tongue. Well, technically, fish don't have true tongues. They have a bony structure called a basihyle, but basihyle biting isopod is not nearly as catchy. Anyway, once the male parasite has affixed itself, it transforms into a much larger adult female. And that's where the isopod lives its life, sucking nutrients from the fish's bloodstream through the bottom of its mouth. Meanwhile, any other males who show up just settle down in the gills and make only occasional trips to the mouth to mate. So a fish with an infection usually ends up with one female in its mouth and as many as 5 males in its
Dude, that's a bit weird, no? Just fucky inside the fish. Do you think the fish is aware? Do you think the fish knows there's something in its mouth that shouldn't be there but is there nevertheless? Or do you think fish are too stupid to know?
gills. This may seem strange and convoluted, but it is apparently a successful strategy. These parasites are known to infect numerous species of fish, from snappers to grunions to croakers. It probably won't surprise you to find out that having a bug stuck permanently to your tongue has some side effects. A 2013 study found that infected fish tend to be smaller and less healthy, but not for the reason you might think. Scientists expected that the infected fish would have trouble eating, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, they think the fish is having trouble breathing. The female isopod can grow.
Oh, Toby, you just reminded me of that. There's a movie that David Swimmer played in just after Friends. It was like shortly after Friends. And it's this movie about like dinosaur things attacking or getting through. And then, you know, they're dealing with these parasites that they've never seen before. And there's a parasite going, like, it's in a guy's leg. And they're like, oh, we're going to have to take the leg because they don't know what else to do. This thing will grow there and then kill him eventually. And he's like, no, not the leg, not the leg. And they're like, oh my God, it's moving towards the penis. And he's like, take the leg, take the leg. Like, that's probably what you would do, right? If this thing is coming towards your penis, you would literally chop off everything you have, not the penis. If they got affect human person, part of why I avoid eating fish. But what would they do to us? I don't think they can do anything to us. So why would you avoid eating fish?
Up to 3 centimeters, taking up a good part of the volume of the fish's mouth and blocking the flow of water to its gills. And the males stuck in the gills don't help either. So one nickname given to these parasites, snapper-choking isopods, might be spot on. But when it comes to making a host unhealthy, this next parasite takes it to...
So those parasites make it so that the fish can't fucking breathe. Bro, that is sad as shit.
a whole new level. In a 2002 study, a team of scientists noticed that at certain sites in Northern California, there were unusually high numbers of amphibians with deformed legs. They spotted frogs and salamanders with extra legs, legs that hadn't formed properly or even legs that were missing entirely. The scientists wondered if pollution was to blame, but a closer look revealed that the deformities correlated not with pollutants, but with worms. The ponds with the most malformed amphibians were also harboring an infection of trematodes, a type of flatworm, particularly one called Riberia. These little parasites have a complicated life cycle that involves 3 hosts at different stages of the worm's lives. They start out as eggs inside the poop of birds or mammals. When that poop ends up in the water, the eggs hatch and little swimming larvae infect snails, reproducing asexually to create hundreds more of themselves. These swarms of worms emerge from the snails and swim around to find a tadpole or a young salamander, where they tend to infect the skin near the developing limb buds. Larval amphibians like tadpoles live their lives limbless and grow legs when they metamorphose into adults. But if they're infected, the parasites get in the way of this development, and the legs come out all wrong. The study found a clear correlation. The ponds with the highest Riberia numbers had the most leg deformities. In the most extreme cases, the researchers saw 2 tree frogs that had each grown 4 extra legs. Unfortunately, these infections appear to be increasing in recent years.
But
scientists
why?
worry that as humans have been modifying these habitats, the worms are doing better at the amphibians' expense. They found, for example, more mutated amphibians in artificially dammed ponds compared to natural bodies of water. These deformities might not just be a side effect of infestation either. Some scientists think they might be a key step in the worm's life cycle. See, the third and final stage of the worm's life needs to happen inside the body of a bird or mammal. And to get there, they need to get eaten. By crippling their hosts, the Riberia might also render them far less likely to successfully escape a predator. It's an amazing and gruesome life strategy. But Riberia worms are not the only parasites that force their hosts to become dinner. Another genus of trematodes, Leucochloridium, invades the eye stalks of snails, turning each eye into a pulsating brood sac that looks like a juicy caterpillar ready to be snapped up by the parasite's next host, birds. The parasite even somehow forces the snails to be more active and stay out in the open where they're easier for predators to spot. This phenomenon, parasites affecting the behavior of their hosts, is called host manipulation. And while the worms are good at it, this next parasite on our list is a macabre
Dude, my brother's reading this book about fungi. It is fucking wild. There's a type of fungi, yeah? It grows, I don't know where it grows, but it's in forests. And what it does, right? So this fungi, it's massive. If you go beneath the surface, so where you see the mushrooms grow, there's like a massive network, and it's all connected underground, like just miles and miles of a single fungi that's connected all across this forest. But the way this fungi like procreate, or the way that this fungi, I guess, survive, it shoots out these spores, right? It just literally sits on the trees and shoots out just millions upon billions of spores. The spores then fall on ants, and it infects the ant, and it starts growing inside the ant. It then forces the ant to go up onto the trees, onto the leaves, like literally on the leaf of the trees, and then bite into the leaf. And what's incredible is the ants, wherever they bite into this leaf, it's always like on the vein that's the richest in nutrients, like the highest sugar content. So it bites into it, yeah, and then what this fungi, it literally grows out of the ant. So the ant becomes one with the fucking fungi in the tree. Like the ant goes up there and it dies there of hunger. Literally, because it doesn't eat, it's the fungi that eats. And the fungi grows out of its body, grows these tentacles and shit that becomes part of the leaf. And that's how it multiplies. That's how it keeps surviving. It is wild, bro. And then, according to this book, fungi is actually much closer to animals than what they are to plants in the way that they operate. It's like fucking hive mind shit, bro.
Master manipulator. Allow me to introduce you to the parasitic barnacles that take over a crab's body and force it to serve them. That may sound creepy enough for you, but trust me, it's so much worse than you're imagining. These creatures belong to a group called the Rhizocephala, and they start out life like most barnacles. Mom gives birth to a bunch of little larvae which spend some time swimming through the sea until one day they search for a place to settle. But while most barnacles head for a nice solid surface like the pier at your local marina or whatever, parasitic barnacles seek out host bodies. Females look to settle on crabs or similar crustaceans. When they find a suitable host, they burrow inside and develop into their parasitic adult form. Soon,
we have to watch this first.
Barnacle body emerges out of the crab's exoskeleton like a horrible pimple. This blister-like part of the parasite is called the externa, and it's basically just a chamber for the ovary and developing eggs. The externa also has two little receptacles on the outside, which are for sex, kind of. While the female larvae infect a host, the male larvae seek to attach to those receptacles on an implanted female. When a male has successfully attached itself, it shrivels into a very tiny, very simple adult.
Because whenever there's a man, he will look to put his dick into something. Like, isn't nature wild, bro? Even parasites do this. Oh, there's a female. She's attached to this crab. I wonder if my dick will go in there. Easy life. Fuck the crab. Like, the crab is just part of the audience at this point.
Form. And that's where the male lives, essentially serving as just like a thing to produce sperm for the female to produce babies. But those babies need nutrients, and the nutrients come from the crab. The externa of the parasite has no guts and no mouth, but it's attached to the interna, which is a system of roots that infiltrates the body of the host. The first written report of this root structure from 1858 came from a scientist who spotted it in an infected hermit crab and described it as, quote, an innumerable quantity of copper-colored tubules which ramify through the whole body. Horrifying, but wait, it gets worse. You may think the crab would be quick to ditch this parasitic hitchhiker, but instead, it takes care of it. Why? Because the barnacle is telling it to. See, the parasite pimple doesn't just pop up anywhere on the crab's body. It emerges in the host's brood chamber, in the spot where the crab would normally carry its eggs. In some species, this is under the belly. In others, it's in a special brood pouch. The parasite is essentially mimicking a clutch of eggs. And those roots aren't just going to the crab's guts for food, but also to its nervous system, where the barnacle uses a variety of chemical signals to stoke the crab's most parental tendencies. The crab could easily destroy the parasite, but instead it treats it like a brood of its own eggs, grooming and protecting it. The changes that the parasite forces onto its host are incredible. The host's genitalia degenerate, leaving it functionally sterilized. This prevents the parasite from encountering any competition for the host's parental care. The barnacle also interrupts the crab's molting cycle, probably to prevent the parasite from falling off during a shed. And if the host crab is male, the barnacle stirs its most maternal instincts by literally making it more female. A male host's hormones are hijacked so that its size, shape, and behavior become more like females, since they're the ones that brood young. In some cases, the host's testes will actually convert to ovaries. All of this ensures that the host will take the best possible care of its parasitic overlord. And when the barnacle babies are ready to face the world...
Dude, these things are fucking wild. Holy shit. Years ahead of our medical science. Fuck.
The crab host flaps its abdomen, a behavior meant to help its own hatchling young spread into the water. Instead, it helps the parasite's larvae start on their own journey to find the next generation of poor, unfortunate crabs. So far, our list has focused on animals, but if you take a trip to the islands of Southeast Asia, you might spot one of the world's biggest and most beautiful parasites. Rafflesia can be more than a meter across, making them the largest flowers on Earth. They're so...
Oh, these are those flowers that stink like fucking nuts. I watched a documentary on this. There's a museum. Well, not a museum, but it's like a greenhouse in England where they have these corpse flowers. But basically, they use this to study them, right? So they use it for study, but they had to build an entire fucking dome around these corpse flowers, because when these things finally bloom, the smell can travel for fucking miles. It will stink out an entire city if they were to just bloom all at once, and they attract a crazy amount of flies as a result of this.
So impressive that they've appeared on stamps and currency, been named a national flower of Indonesia, and even inspired the design of a Pokemon. But these are no normal flowers. Get up close and you will notice that they smell strongly of rotten flesh, a characteristic odor that's earned them the name corpse flowers. And if you peek beneath the flower, you will see that there's no stem, no roots, and no leaves. Instead, a narrow strand of cells infiltrates the body of a grapevine, not unlike the roots of those parasitic barnacles. The corpse flower is stealing nutrients from the vine, using them to grow big and beautiful. Grapevines tend to collect lots of water, making them like living canteens for Rafflesia. Because it steals sustenance, the corpse flower doesn't have to worry about producing its own. Unlike most plants, it apparently has no chloroplasts, meaning it can't photosynthesize at all. This makes it an obligate parasite, or one that couldn't survive without a host. But one thing that it does have in common with other flowers is that it spreads by pollination. That rotten flesh smell attracts carrion flies, which come looking for meat and leave.
So the corpse flower is the parasite.
Covered in corpse flower pollen. So the flower not only steals from grapevines, but it tricks flies into working for it for free, no meat for them. But Rafflesia has another trick that might make it the strangest parasite on this list. It's not just stealing nutrients from the grapevine, it also appears to steal DNA. Research has found that a significant portion of the corpse flower's DNA has been swiped from grapevines. This is a form of horizontal gene transfer, where genes hop between two distantly related species instead of being inherited in the usual way. Scientists aren't totally sure why the corpse flower is a DNA thief.
Fuck aliens. Like, Jesus, what the fuck is this shit on our Earth? And why do people, like, not kill all of this? This thing can steal DNA, bro. It's not long before it starts stealing our DNA. And then it's the fucking rise of the corpse flowers.
But they suspect it might allow the flower to better infiltrate and manipulate the host. It's gaining entry to the grapevines by using their own genetic tricks against them. From tongue biting to gene stealing, parasites have evolved an incredible variety of methods for mooching off others. That's made them part of nearly every ecosystem on Earth. Maybe even the ecosystem inside of you. And now, if zombie crab parasites have grossed you out, we would like to propose an antidote. The natural world can be pretty gross, but it is also beautiful. And the mathematical laws underlying it all give it that elegance. And what better way to appreciate them than with a course on the beauty of math? Brilliant.org just released a new course called Beautiful Geometry, which will take you on an adventure through some of the most beautiful topics in math, from tiling shapes to origami folding. And that's not all Brilliant has to offer. With over 50 courses in science, engineering, computer science, and math, they've got your curiosity covered. Their hands-on interactive courses will help you sharpen your math and science skills. And right now, the first 200 people to sign up at brilliant.org/scishow will get 20% off your annual premium subscription. So thanks for checking it out, and thanks for supporting us.
All right. Yeah, okay, this was a bit disgusting. The thing is, right, yeah, it might just be a plant, but I'm talking about parasites in general. Because all it really takes is a couple of mutations here or there, and soon we could be on the fucking chopping block, right? Luckily, we figured out, I think, most ways to kill parasites anyway, so we should be fine. I'd rather fight the Walking Dead than this shit. Fighting the Walking Dead really wouldn't be that hard, depending on the kind of Walking Dead you're talking about. Like, which zombies are you talking about? 28 Days Later? Or World War Z? Or, like, The Walking Dead? Because The Walking Dead would be piss, right? Who gives a shit? They can only walk. That's not a problem. But if you're talking about World War Z, fuck that, bro. I'm not doing that. Dawn of the Dead Zombies. I don't know what the hell that is. I've never seen that. But yeah. Okay, this was a great way to start the stream. I really do not feel squeamish at all right now. I really don't like shit like this, but I can't not watch it. So one of those, it's like whenever I see videos about spiders coming up, I have to watch it. Even though I fucking hate spiders. I am dead scared of spiders. But there's this documentary that comes up about spiders. I'm like, hey, let's watch it, shall we? And then I feel fucking squeamish. Like, I feel like something might be on my feet. Like, everything just feels weird. I need something out there, a theory, something, Y-Filesy. We can do the Y-Files, but we also have to do some Reddit reactions. Yeah, I don't mind doing the Y-Files, but we don't have that much time, so maybe it's best to just do some Reddit reactions, and we can leave the Y-File stuff for maybe tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see. Dude, I am so pissed with YouTube. I'll quickly show you guys why. This shit, you can't make this shit up, man. Like, YouTube just will not fucking let me go. They will not let me live my best life. It is fucking annoying. Yeah, look at this. Okay, so this is a video where I react to Warhammer 40k Necron's lore, right? This is the video about Trazyn that we reacted to yesterday or the day before yesterday. According to YouTube, this video may earn limited or no ad revenue due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers. Why? And now it's been confirmed that I'm not allowed to... Like, what the fuck? Why? Inappropriate language? Where? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go through the whole video and find the one time I said fuck. The one time that I said fuck, because apparently that's not okay. Wait, before I get angry, how many times did I say fuck in this video? That might help if we knew, right? The galaxy's biggest troll, Trazyn explained. This is that Necron guy. I know a lot of people love this guy.
Every single character in 40k has a dedicated fan base on one side, and an even more dedicated group of haters on the other. No matter who you bring up in a comment section,
okay, first 30 seconds, has there been any fucks yet?
And
no?
Another group of people that thinks they're the avatar of mediocrity. Except, of course, if you're talking about Trazyn the Infinite. Somehow the galaxy's biggest troll is also Warhammer 40k's least contentious character. Sentiment on the whole with this guy seems to be overwhelmingly positive. And it makes sense. He's an eccentric collector determined to preserve the universe's history by liberating artifacts of impossible worth from lesser species that can't appreciate them like he does. He's what happens when you take Indiana Jones.
Bro, you're not allowed to say the F word within the first 30 seconds of a video. Okay, now according to YouTube's feedback here, profanity, so YouTube said that my selection of inappropriate language wasn't okay, right? It wasn't okay. YouTube instead said profanity used in the first 7 seconds or majority of the video, profanity used in thumbnails or titles. Any use of hateful language in the video, please refer to hateful content for more information. What the fuck? That also falls into category. What hateful language? Dude, am I gonna be forced to watch this entire goddamn video now?
Marvel's the Collector and Ash Ketchum. Merge them all into one and download their consciousness into an 8-foot-tall, 65-million-year-old...
I mean, it's about a fantasy fucking universe. Captain Cadillac, how you doing, bro? We should allow for you to put an age recommendation on individual videos, like games Peggy 12. Oh no, don't age-restricted videos. So I'm not allowed to... This video? I can't get this video to work. The Angry Marines of Warhammer 40k is crazy and loud, featuring Major Kill. Yeah, it's blocked. Like, as soon as I try to make this video work, YouTube straight up blocks it. Like, right now it's just a draft. which is fine. YouTube doesn't mind that. The second I tried to make this video like just unlisted, YouTube's like, no, this video is age restricted. Go fuck yourself. Okay, wait. Let's do playback speed. Twice the speed, and let's see.
Metal skeleton. His antics are hilarious, admirable, and admittedly, a little bit disturbing. But who exactly is he, and where did he come from? What is he all
That's
about?
just weird,
Well,
bro.
today we're gonna get to the bottom of that and learn all about 40K's most beloved character. But first, a quick shout out to this video sponsor, and then we're gonna dive headfirst into the grimdark. A lot of you in the comments have been asking me where I get these super dope t-shirts from. They come from this really cool company called Into the AM, and they're the sponsor of this week's video. Not only are the designs super unique and colorful, but they're also crazy comfortable. Super appreciate that. Perfection. Not only do they look amazing and are super
So far, I've not.
I would say, though, most of the time it's not the washing that's shrinking the shirt. It's just you getting bigger. I'm not saying he's getting bigger. This is actually the first video I think I've ever watched of him. But I know from my own experiences, it feels like the washing is shrinking your shirts, but it's you just getting fatter. Like, all you have to do is eat lace, bro. Then that does not happen. Because funny enough, it never happens to skinny people.
but they're actually really affordable too. If you're like me and you're a fan of really cool
I've
graphic
still
tees,
no
you get three of them
swearing.
together
We're
for $60.
3
If you like
minutes
something a little bit
in,
more
and there's
professional
no
looking, you get three of the basic
swearing
tees
yet.
together for $49.95. Awesome. Thanks again to End of the AM for sponsoring today's video. Species and the influence of what came before. They will, however, be ignorant of the Solemnist galleries. Whether that be the Necron dynasty,
He doesn't bother himself. He's the guy that helped.
even though he's an incredibly
So he's not part of the whole Necron civil war at the moment. He doesn't bother himself. He's the guy that helped Cadia, or tried to help Cadia at least, set up the pylons again so as to stop the Eye of Terror. Was it him that showed up that tried to help him? That's right, but he's really powerful. I can imagine he's really powerful. He literally has weapons from all over the fucking galaxy.
That's the first swear word.
I now
That's one swear word. In 5 minutes, that's a single fucking swear word. Just one.
have an idea of exactly who we're dealing with here.
powerful and influential Necron lord that controls legions of his own soldiers. He's more of a researcher and a historian than a conqueror. When him and his legions march to war, it's not necessarily out of a desire for conquest, but more as a byproduct of the necessities in procuring some of the more well-guarded relics he has set his eyes on. He's a rather complicated individual and stands apart from most of 40K's characters of similar importance, especially when compared to the other Necron lords, who seem to be more fixated in taking back the galaxy from all of these newfound squatters that have shown up since they went to sleep. When it comes to Trazyn, we can respect his pursuits as a noble cause. It's important to preserve history, but at the same time, he's also a little bit of a kleptomaniac, basically just showing up to take whatever the hell he wants under the guise of some kind of noble mission. He doesn't like to use the word steal. He doesn't steal anything. He liberates relics of antiquity.
So let's say the Imperium wanted their Primarch back. Would he give it back? Or would it just be like, nah fam, mine, finders, keepers, losers, weepers? Oh, I have another question, chat. Was he part of the guys that saved Gilliman? Because I know in the book, Gilliman says that it was some Xenos that like built the armor that he now uses. But I'm pretty sure he said Aldari. Like the armor that he has was built by some Aldari. It was an Aldar and Cole.
I'm not
okay,
hearing...
So it wasn't Trazyn. Trazyn wasn't part of that. Okay, that makes sense. Imperium wouldn't want the Primarch. It's a perfect clone.
Okay,
Make
so...
a Chaos Worshipper. Oh.
7 minutes.
Oh, okay, that kind of makes sense.
Something that previous owners
7 minutes, no swear. Well, one swear word in 7 minutes.
Contacts left that wouldn't immediately kill him on sight. Trazyn has lost count of how many times the other Necron lords
All right, let's get back into it. Apologies for the internet problems. If it goes down, just stick around. I will try to get back, and I'll let you know if I can't get back.
have sent assassins after him. And unfortunately for them, through his remarkable cunning and
what
the use of
the
countless surrogate
fuck,
bodies,
bro?
he never really stays destroyed for very long. The act of being murdered proving to be little more than a minor annoyance. The success of his mission is paramount, and he justifies his actions by claiming if he was able to find some way...
You know what? I have an idea. Fuck this, you stupid motherfuckers. Okay, let's link this video to them so we can fucking get some kind of answer. Because this is wild. Abaddon, by the way, dude, 6 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, so would you please explain how this video gets demonetized full language when in the first 7 minutes I use the F word once? I have to speak like a fucking child, the F word. It claims the whole video is filled with bad language. How? Alright, let's hear it. Let's fucking hear it, shall we? Alright, they usually get back to you rather quickly, so... It's us, bad lads in chat, clearly. maybe it is you guys. Like, maybe you guys swore in the comment section, and YouTube's like, nope, these guys are fucking disgusting, filthy assholes. We're not doing that again. But no, I really hope I can get some kind of answer around this, because it's fucking ridiculous. I can tell you now what I think happened. It's the word Necron. It's the word Necron. That's what I think happened here. Whoever the fuck reviewed this heard the word Necron and immediately thought, oh my god, they're talking about black people. Like, guaranteed, I can tell you now. Like, they have literally, they've been racist by trying to stop racism. Because I can't imagine what else it could be. Like, genuinely can't. You're allowed to swear. You're just not allowed to swear within the first 30 seconds of a video. And then you can't swear excessively. Did I say cunt at some point in the video? Because that's another place they can really fuck you. Is if you say the word cunt. Even once in a video. That can fuck you. But this is 43 minutes. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'll wait for them to respond to me. Because they will usually tell you, minute this and this is where you say this and this, and that's why the video got demonetized. And then I'll just go to the editing and just silence those words in the edit. Then a while Americans also saying to the word cunt. In the south of the UK, it's used every sentence. According to them, the problem is advertisers. Advertisers don't like the word cunt. Although I thought we would live in a world now where that would not be a problem, you know, but clearly I'm wrong. Clearly I'm fucking wrong. All right, let's see. Constantine Valdor, Understanding 40k Lore, Adeptus Custodes, featuring who? Who's this? I don't know this design. Getting sick of advertisers? You and me both, bro. You and me both. The YouTube algorithm can be really stupid with specific words. I'm a sad man. The problem is this wasn't just the algorithm. This is not even the algorithm. This was reviewed by an actual human that said, nope, this is bad. He's using bad words the whole time in this video. We can't allow this. It will hurt people's feelings if they heard the bad words. Anyway, so we have Constantine Valdor, Understanding 40k Lore, Adeptus Custodes. Wait, is this one of those Adeptus Custodes episodes? These things are super long. Yeah, fuck that, chat. Come on. Come on, boys. We don't have time to watch this. I wish we did, but we don't have time to watch this. There's no way. So for now, we'll leave this one right where it is. Now that you have more knowledge about Warhammer 40k lore, are you going to react to TTS if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device? Yeah, I will probably at some point. Like, I will probably, because I do know a lot more now than what I used to know. I feel like this is another long one, no? This is Luton. Yeah, we don't have time for it. Look, my power's going out. That's the only reason I have to sort of filter these videos at the moment, because my power is going out. Otherwise, I would have no problem watching all of these videos. TTS is also the other reason I'm not doing... So I have people, like... So almost everyone's been asking me for the TTS reaction. So we'll do that. And then I've had a shit ton of people that's been asking me for... Howl something. Something Howl. Howl... What's it called? There's been like so many people that's asked me to watch that. It's like a movie, like a Howl Breach or some shit like that. Howl's Reach, that's the one. But again, I don't have the time now. We have like 4 hours to stream, and I have to fit, like, or at least try to fit everything we do into those 4 hours, which sucks monkey dick, but, you know, is what it is. So yeah, due to the current constraints on my electricity, guys, don't expect like long video reacts. As soon as I have the inverter and the batteries and all that set up, on Saturday, I'm actually going to Futurama, which is a place here in Cape Town that sells batteries and inverters and, you know, all sorts of wind turbines and solar panels and all that. I'm going there to find out what would be the best solution for me to just get off the load shedding bullshit. And as soon as we're off the load shedding bullshit, it's GG. We can once again get back into like proper long form lore content and all the rest of it. So let's see this. This is from Major Kill.
G'day, guys.
And it is why Rabute Gilliman is an absolute beast, and I am poised to agree with him right from the get-go.
G'day, guys and gal. When you close your eyes and imagine which Primarchs could eviscerate you with their pinky and then violate your remains, Gilliman probably isn't the first Primarch that comes to mind. Each Primarch was designed to be equal in the way that they were given the same amount of attention and power in their creation. Well, creating a Primarch is more of an art than a science, it seems, because some Primarchs, Sanguinius, are much better than others, Lorgar. From a combat perspective, Primarchs like the Lion and Angron come to mind as powerhouses, whereas Gilliman definitely just does not. But badassery doesn't come from talent or skill. Badassery comes from pushing yourself above and beyond, surprising people with your tenacity and ferocity, and basically achieving above what is expected of you. The guardsman that stood in front of the Emperor to protect him from Horus wasn't a very good fighter. If anything, he was a bit of a spurg. But his actions, although led to his horrific death, were extremely badass and convinced the Emperor not to give up. When you think of Gilliman, you think of a big blue nerd who is always super stern, a bit of a goody two-shoes who doesn't lose his cool. Well, today I'm about to rock your world, baby.
I wouldn't say that's what I think. If you've read, like, the Dark Imperium book, Gilliman isn't like that at all. At least not in my opinion. Gilliman does get angry. He just tends to have his emotions under control because that allows him to make better decisions. And this is a lesson that he had to learn incredibly dearly twice. The one was when he left Terra in order to save his own planet. Or I think that's why he left Terra. He left Terra alone to go to Ultramar. I think it was called out. And he followed his emotions rather than thinking everything through. And then the other one was just before he died when Fulgrim killed him, or almost killed him. He rushed in headlong, following his emotions once again, and that got him destroyed. Like, that got him caught off guard. They sailed straight into a trap, into an ambush, and he ended up paying almost with his life for it. So he's just a lot more controlled now because he realizes that his emotions leave him vulnerable. But he is badass no matter what, dude. I don't have this goody two-shoes idea of him at all.
And show you that Gilliman is an absolute beast and makes all the naysayers that tease him all the time look like silly little monkeys. If it wasn't obvious by my strange language at this point, I'm not allowed to swear until the 3-minute mark of this video. Let's get into it. When the Emperor wanted to clap the galaxy's cheeks, he created 20 demigod super soldiers using some incredibly questionable methods, including, but not limited to, wanking into a tube and then stealing power from the gods of hell. Each of his children, called Primarchs, were designed to represent one or more of his aspects of his character. For example, Magnus was the Emperor's thirst for knowledge and psychic prowess, Rogel Dawn was his unbreakable will, and Lorgar was his deep and regrettable taste for choir boys. Gilliman was his administration and practicality. Whilst this wasn't as exciting as Sanguinius' wings or Corvus' ability to become invisible, it was by far the most effective. So when the gods of chaos yeeted the baby Primarchs across the galaxy by taking advantage of the Primarch's mother's postnatal depression, Gilliman was the one who succeeded the most. By the time he was found, he'd already created a star-spanning empire. Did you hear that, Angron? A whole empire.
Wait.
For the most part.
So Ultramar was created before the Emperor even found Gilliman. It's an overload meme of him created by the people overreacting to Matt Ward controversy. Dude, Gilliman created Ultramar before the Emperor even found him. Yeah, okay. Anyone that thinks Gilliman isn't all that is trolling.
That is what Gilliman is known for, his immaculate tax returns. Everyone knows Gulliman is effective, but this isn't what this video is about. It wouldn't be a really fun video if it was titled Gulliman is Effective Warhammer 40k Lore. His badassery comes from the fact that despite being chosen as the administrator, he pushes himself to become a demigod of war, making even the most insane berserkers of Khorne no fear, and regularly challenging and even beating creatures significantly more powerful than he. I'm now going to go through and explain every moment of Gilliman's that show him as the monster I want you to see him as, not just the privileged white Aryan kid that we love to tease. A lot of Gilliman's reputation as an administrator was from the Great Crusade. There was not much need for him to go beast mode, even though he still did it on occasion, such as when he led the Ultramarines in massacring some powerful Xenos, with G-Man personally performing a gnarly fatality on their leader. It was not until the beginning of the Great Crusade that we begin to see the dark suppressed side of Gilliman's rage, more or less kicking off because of Lorgar, that creepy pedo fuck. The first moment of, "Oh, hey there, rowboat," was when Lorgar was throwing a tanty and smashed his huge ass mace into Gilliman when Gilliman was blowing up Lorgar's favourite city because he was being too religious. Instead of losing his cool or even blocking the attack, Gilliman just gets up and asks Lorgar if he's done being a bitch. Nice. Sometime later, when Lorgar had accepted Hell as his new dad,
To be
he
fair,
launched
though,
a surprise attack.
In the book, Gilliman does wonder if them blowing up Lorgar's favorite city, if that actually contributed to Lorgar falling to chaos. Like, Gilliman has this entire monologue of questioning the Emperor's decisions, being like, he regrets ever following the Emperor's will on this, following the Emperor, because looking at what humanity has become, he can't help but think that the Emperor allowed this to happen. The way the Emperor was is what led to all of this, and that Lorgar was effectively punished for doing what the Emperor did, for literally just following what the Emperor was already busy doing. So it is interesting to see the sort of flashbacks on how Gilliman thinks about things. What? It seems like heresy. Never don't lose your faith into the Emperor. Oh, Gilliman has very little faith in the Emperor. That's why he's the base leader. He learns from his mistakes and he questions the decisions he and others make for effectiveness. True.
Against the Ultramarines. Now, it did take Gilliman a bit of time to realise what the fuck was going on. The thought that half the Primarchs were now evil was a strange thought indeed. As such, Gilliman was broadcasting a message that said, "Yo, we are friendly. Stop shooting us, you retards." But when he realised it wasn't an accident, he changed the message to, "Lorgar is a kitty fiddling fuck who needs to eat shit and die." As soon as he changed the message, Lorgar gave him a call and basically gave him the old villain monologue, where they act really cocky and tell the other person their entire plan for no specific reason other than to gloat. During the call, Gilliman drops his cold and calm demeanour and straight up tells Lorgar that he's going to get violently sodomized to death. Lorgar replies by being a bad sport and blowing up the command bridge where Gilliman is, knocking G-Man into space without his helmet. But that's just a minor inconvenience for the giant blue daddy, as he then proceeds to run around space, screaming in the void whilst pulverizing wordbearers left, right and centre in a shower of violence and death. G-Man then re-enters his ship and begins a counterattack. Now generally, a Gilliman counterattack would be him sitting in a bunker giving calculated and precise orders, whilst Eldar Porn plays on a different monitor. That is more or less what Lorgar was expecting. I mean, I guess he was expecting Gilliman being blown up and thrown into space to be somewhat fatal, but this would be plan B. Gilliman instead was like, fuck this, and he went against his nature. He personally led an elite strike team from the front as they attack various heavily defended positions in order to gain the upper hand in the battle. There is a scene where a bunch of wordbearers, including the powerful Gal Vorbak, were guarding an important location. Gilliman pops in with a handful of Ultramarines, and they begin charging at the more numerous group of wordbearers as they scream in rage and anger. The wordbearers are so shocked that even the Gal Vorbak feel fear, the Gal Vorbak being demon marines. None of them raise their guns in time, and Gilliman gets to them and begins tearing them limb from limb in a massacre.
Shit.
It was seriously epic and very unexpected. Like, that's something Leman or Angron would do, as they were made to be ferocious. This new side of Gilliman allowed the Ultramarines to repel the Wordbearers. What should have been the destruction of the Ultramarine Legion turned into a slaughter of Wordbearers. To an extent. Both sides got pretty fucked hard here. Now after this, Gilliman could and usually would have spent time regrouping and analysing the situation, thinking about the next move and the bigger picture, but Gilliman had unleashed the beast and all he wanted was revenge, so he put together the most patchwork makeshift fleet of ships that was still somewhat functional and begun chasing Lorgar, revenge burning in his pants. Eventually he catches up to Lorgar, who is buddied up with Angron. They get caught because Angron and Lorgar arrived at Angron's home planet, you know, the one that he couldn't conquer. You know, because he was the only Primarch who was unable to conquer his own planet. Because he fucking sucks. Angron was taking too long having a cry and messing about, hence the Ultramarines led by their mightily pissed off Aryan overlord arrived. Lorgar and Angron had their capital ships and fleets of 2 legions. Gilliman had a ragtag team of ships that had been thrown together at the last minute. Take a guess who ended up winning the space battle. Gilliman's forces were able to destroy Lorgar's capital ship and nearly took over Angron's via boarding. G-Man was then able to blast a hole in the traitor's fleet and land on the planet, where he immediately charged at Lorgar and the 2 fought. I would say at this point, Lorgar's power level was higher. He had accepted his psychic gifts, been powered up by chaos, and had fought against Corvus and numerous other space marines. Despite this, I would say Gilliman actually came out on top. It really depends which hit you count as harder. Either G-Man's uppercut, which shattered Lorgar's sternum and crushed his ribs, or Lorgar's mace to Gilliman's face, which tore off half of it. Even though the damage is comparable, Gilliman ate that mace hit like it was nothing. He was even then able to hold off Angron for a time, despite that injury, being exhausted and Angron being Angron. He only made the decision to finally fall back when Angron turned into a big-ass angry demon. You know, that's a decision I can really get behind. If he had stayed, he wouldn't have been a badass, he just would have been a retard. Did I mention that Gilliman was stabbed with the same knife that was used to—
Besides Horus, how many Chaos Primarchs are still alive? All of them, or are there others that have died in this, during this time that Gilliman has basically been waging war on them? So all of them are still alive. Dude, they're doing much better than the Imperium Primarchs.
to mortally wound, then turn Horus to chaos. And
Hey,
you know
but
what
Conrad
Gilliman's
had
reaction
himself
was?
killed.
It was, "Oi, dickhead, don't do that." Before then punching a hole through the man who stabbed him and walking off the injury. Sometime after this, Gilliman is in a position where he believes the Emperor is dead and the traitors have won, as he wasn't able to receive communications from Terra due to Warp Spaghetti. Does he despair and go into hiding? Does he join Chaos to save himself? No. The Mad Lad sets up Imperium 2.0 and guides Sanguinius and the Lion to him to prepare to wage a new war against Chaos. Despite setting this all up, as soon as he hears that his father is alive, he ditches everything and charges back to Terra, giving Sanguinius the opening to get back there in time and kind of save the day. Post-heresy, Gilliman was the only Primarch that was sensible enough to administer and rebuild the Imperium, while the rest of these loyalist brothers were chasing suicidal vendettas. Looking at you, Rogel. It takes a lot of restraint and willpower not to—
Are we aware of any of the other Primarchs at this point? Because I was led to believe that the other Primarchs, the Loyalist Primarchs, might be alive. We just don't know where they are. Or is that wrong? We know... Okay, I know Sanguinius is dead. He was killed during the battle between the Emperor and Horus. So we know Sanguinius is dead. I don't know who Manus is. Lehman in the Warp and Khan in the Wapeway. The Lion is in a coma, yes, by the Watchers in the dark. We'll wake him up when time's right. Yeah, but the others are just MIA, right? We just don't know where they are. So the Emperor, or the Empire, the Imperium of Man is basically fighting at, like, very reduced weights at the minute. Vulcan jumped into War Spaghetti, but suspected alive once you collected his items. Dawn is thought to be dead, but no body found. Jagatai Khan is in the Wapeway somewhere, probably. What's he doing in the Wapeway?
Given to the rage and desire to seek revenge. Unfortunately, G-Man allowed himself to get outplayed and fatally wounded by Fulgrim, which is a bit embarrassing. But even then he was still being a badass. He knew Fulgrim was the better fighter, but if only he could hold a Fulgrim for long enough, his fleet could have won the battle. Unfortunately, Bobby G didn't account for the fact that Fulgrim now had 4 arms and 6 tits, hence Bobby G suffered a fatal knife wound to the neck and died. But he survived! After 10,000 years of stasis, some Eldar death voodoo combined with some mad science brought the big boy back, and not a second too late. When Gilliman was revived, Chaos was invading his homeworld, and they were only...
Dude, it's actually quite interesting. The Eldari that brought him back are fucking liars, by the way. So they told Gilliman that he will never be able to remove his armor, because the armor is what's keeping him alive. And if he ever removed the armor, he would die. And what's the first thing Gilliman does? He removes the armor. Like, legit. Just like a fucking boss goes, fuck this, armor off, let's do this. It said that the first time he removed the armor, he was in absolute excruciating pain. Like, the poison was literally burning through his fucking body. But he just kept holding on, and every single fucking time he's not in battle, he removes the armor. And it's starting, according to him, it's starting to get better. Like, he's starting to... Either his body is starting to deal with the poison and starting to work the poison out of the body, or he's just gaining the mental fortitude to sort of block that pain. But that is, like, insane. He needs to remove the armor to get the woman. Heatwave probably, yeah. But yeah, because the reason he did that was also because he didn't want to be beholden to a Xenos race. Because he just knew that if he over-relied on the armor, he would almost certainly at some point have to pay some kind of price to the Eldari, and he wasn't prepared to do that. So he just took the chance to remove the armor. Boss man.
Meters away from him. You should really read the excerpt of when Gilliman was revived. It's extremely badass, and I'm going to adjust this here, but basically once he stood up, the entire room, dozens of warriors, most of whom were insane, stopped fighting. Everyone was completely shocked until a Cornite berserker Leroy Jenkins himself at Gilliman was bisected for his efforts. Gilliman then takes a moment to look at his surroundings.
So Grofile, according to, at least according to the Dark Imperium, the armor was made by Belisarius Cawl, but Belisarius Cawl used technology from the Eldari. At least that's what I derived from it. I'm pretty sure there is a book that discusses the actual process, because this you just sort of get glimpses from how Gilliman thinks about this. But it's not, what I know for a fact is whatever is in that armor isn't exactly Imperium technology. It's based on Eldari technology.
Before then charging into the crowd and more or less single-handedly kills the entire Chaos army. You gotta remember that Chaos during the Heresy is very different from Chaos in 40k. Gilliman woke up with the Eldar as his allies, Space Marine sons he doesn't know, and way more gnarly Chaos Marines. To him, he was stabbed in the neck and blacked out, only to wake up to an intense battle all around him, which he then absolutely rocked. When he drove Chaos out of his home, he was tricked into putting on a Slaneshi crown. The crown was supposed to corrupt whoever wore it, but after a couple seconds, Gilliman removed it and had the Slaneshi spy arrested. After this, he entered in an absolute fiesta of a journey to Terra, where Magnus and his forces of Titsnitch were trying to fuck him every step of the way. When he finally got to the moon next to Terra, Magnus popped out and attacked him. Magnus, a massive red magic demon against our boy. Magnus threw a building at Gilliman, set him on fire, and was just an all-round shitty brother. In return, Gilliman was able to break Magnus's jaw, and with the help of some Elder and Sisters of Silence, banish his brother back to the warp. Pew! Nice. Finally, Gilliman be home. He can have a breather. No, he can't, because a fuck-huge demon army of Khorne has rocked up and Gilliman is back to battle. Gilliman is able to lead the Imperium to victory and defeat the armies of Khorne. Now he can rest, right? Well, maybe, but he doesn't! He completely purges Terra of Xenos, mutants, and Chaos cults before then reforming the Imperium and mustering the largest fleet the galaxy had ever seen for 10,000 years.
Heatwave, I can't really answer that, but what I will say is it's probably similar to how they do it in D&D and how they do it with World of Warcraft. So basically, the author of the book will, will be tasked with writing a story about something specifically, right? And then every chapter they write will have to be sent to Games Workshop. Games Workshop will then look at those chapters and decide whether or not what is being written there is actually canonical or if stuff should be changed. They're probably handed like a list as well of things that must be in there, things that can't be in there, like short, like a short overview of what the lore is so far, so that they don't fuck around too much with it. But I'm assuming there's some kind of historian group within Games Workshop that makes sure that they don't fuck up anything. That would be my guess, at least. Pat, thanks for the 12 bits. Did really appreciate that.
With this fleet, he purges half the galaxy, delivering reinforcements everywhere he can. The Imperium went from the brink of collapse to thriving despite how many threats it faced. Guilliman only left the Crusade when his other evil brother, yes, he's got a couple of those, Morty, invaded his home. Guilliman once again stood up to and fought off his brother, despite his brother being heavily empowered by chaos. Throughout all of this, Rub Me Off Gorilla Man has been able to maintain a sense of humour. It's not a very good sense of humour, but it's the effort that counts. Guilliman isn't the strongest, fastest, or most skilled Primarch. He's not even close, yet I would say he has the most conviction and will. All the other Primarchs more or less just follow their design. Guilliman is able to break from this and push himself to new heights without becoming a Mary Sue. He makes mistakes and miscalculations. He loses duels and gets his ass kicked, but he comes back stronger every time. Being a badass isn't about punching someone, it's about taking a punch then getting back up. I'm really hoping
that
Guilliman
Rocky
is able to get...
That Rocky quote, he should have had the movie there. It's not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and get back up again. A lot of it's basically fan fiction that GamesWorks hasn't said boo about, so it's considered canon. Then GamesWorks either put it in the new army codexes or not. This is what you're looking for. It's the 3rd campaign book. Oh, Abaddon, thank you very much. I'll download that.
Get his revenge against Lorgar. A scene I hope for would be where Guilliman tracks down Lorgar and beats the shit out of him, but he gets held back with psycho powers as Lorgar opens up an escape portal. Before Lorgar escapes, he mocks Guilliman. However, as he's mocking him, Corvus Corax emerges from the escape portal and impales Lorgar, holding him in place as Guilliman walks up and kills Lorgar permanently with his flaming sword. This means Corvus and Guilliman getting their revenge, and it allows Corvus to re-enter the setting. I think that would be cool.
That
and
would be
for
cool
today,
as fuck.
guys. Why Guilliman is an absolute beast. I'm just trying to do my part and make people realize that Matt Ward hasn't worked for GW for about 7 years now, and it's okay to like Ultramarines and Guilliman. They become one of my favorite chapters, and now you might see why. If you enjoyed the video and want to support the channel,
Wow,
then Patreon
people
is
really
the place
hate
to
that
be.
Matt
Only
Ward.
$1 per month give you access to a boatload of Warhammer hentai. Hit the subscribe button, then hit the real subscribe button for more beastly content. Join the Discord for more memes, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
But also, Games Workshop don't care about retcons. They have a time-traveling demon god who controls the threads of fate. Yeah, but I am assuming that there will be some level of oversight. I don't imagine that they'll just let every single writer go wild with whatever the fuck they want to write, because that's how you get to just a nightmare. It doesn't even matter if you don't care about retcons. You'll end up with a story that is basically unfollowable. So I do think they would have some level of, no, you can't say that. Like, whatever the fuck you're saying here, that's not going to work. That would be cool for Ultramarine fans and shitty for Wordbearer fans like me. Minuar, but we don't care about the Chaos guys. I'm sorry, just because you're a Wordbearer, you're a chaotic fuck. We don't care about you. We should kill Lorgar. Look, it is time that some of the traitor Marines start dying, bro, or Primarchs start dying. The Imperium has had its ass handed to it for long fucking enough. Which Primarch would do the best in bed? I don't know. Probably Angron, because he's really angry, and angry sex can be cool. So I think Angron could fuck the shit out of some girl. Need to stamp approval upon release, but quality control is not their strongest suit when it comes to stuff, to this stuff, hence many shitty games. Yeah, the game stuff I'm not entirely sure about. It is my understanding that like Games Workshop for a long time didn't really take games seriously. They didn't really give too much of a shit about video games. They were far more interested in books and miniatures. It's only, it seems like at least recently that they've started going, wait, how about we just release some good games too? I feel like the most annoying part about raidcons isn't the raidcon itself, but the fact that you have so much old content that would have been that would have to be updated in an ideal world. Otherwise, the lore gets really confusing to the more casual fans over time. Well, yeah, raidcons can be good or they can be bad depending on obviously how your story plays out, what happens within your story, how it happens within your story. Like, it's not that raidcons are just straight up bad. It's more a case of if you... I think we watched this already. Like, you have to be very careful when it comes to... Pat, thanks for the 100 bits, brother. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, they're out of print. To find them, you're going to have to sail the high seas. Yeah... Do they ever reprint, or do they only print for a limited amount of time and then that's that? They never reprint the books? Because there's like a bunch of books that I need that I don't know how the fuck I could get it. In Legion, we should help a new Fire Lord to get a crown and a weapon. Pat, that's interesting. I didn't do the Shaman quest line in Legion. So that might make my speculation wrong on that. I'd have to look into it. I will definitely look into it. Thank you so much for letting me know. But yeah, my speculation on the elemental lords is that they're all still alive and that we haven't actually killed them. They're very similar to the old gods in that respect. But if it is true that it is canonical that Ragnaros is dead, then I would have to... Like, obviously, I would have to change my speculation or my theory on that. It would suck, because Ragnaros was a pretty cool boss, but, you know, doesn't really matter. You have to just adapt. So I'll check it out. There are many books that will never be printed again. Yeah, but fuck, dude. Why? You have this entire universe that you know more and more people are going to get into over time, but you just decide, nah, screw it. Don't need it. Yeah, like 600 books that they should be releasing at least a little. Earth on Draenor, but then Iron Dwarves are like, nah, Ragnaros still lives. Wait, really? Apocalypse, we're going to have to talk about that in the podcast this afternoon. Because, yeah, I also didn't do the Iron Dwarf stuff. I'm assuming they'll recreate it in more detail than Dark Imperium novels, as it happens at the end of the 13th Black Crusade. The campaign books are very light on detail. Yeah. Warhammer 40k needs to pay a Japanese anime studio. No, bro. Get the guys that did Arcane. Like, can you imagine a Warhammer anime that looks like Arcane? Or Edge Runners. They can even get the guys that did Edge Runners, because Edge Runners was pretty good as well. They have good animators. They're just not giving updates. I'm going to ban this kid. Dude, it's not even the Patreon podcast. Apocalypse, did you see the artwork for this month? I shared it on Discord. Like, that's just the first one. The Sylvanas one is actually probably, like, the biggest filth we've had yet. The Sylvanas Nathanos one, I think, is going to get a lot of people to unsub from Patreon. Because that shit's filth. Just absolute filth. Is it 40k, but Weebury anime? Can I do it, please? Death to the wee pussy faces? Jesus. Do you think the reason we were shown Nostormu wanting to know how Nalfarian felt with corruption, short because he, too, will make the same choice in a later patch to defeat Iridacron like Deathwing did, hence becoming Morazon? Psycho Nick Paliaholi, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I can... So, there's a couple of things about Nostormu. I'm busy working on a video about Nostormu. So I'm not going to go into too much detail now, but what I can say, in order for Murozond to be born, Nosdormu has to be the aspect first. Because Murozond is the aspect of the infinite Dragonflight. That means that Nosdormu being Murozond, Nosdormu would need to be the aspect first. Once he becomes the aspect, though, and it is possible that it is Iridikron that actually leads to his death. Because we know that the Primalists are incredibly scary. So there is a chance that all of this... Actually, it's quite possible that Blizzard showed us the fall of Deathwing using Nosdormu, because they could have easily used Chromie. Chromie is very well liked. The community really loves her. So they could have very easily gone and said, okay, wait, we're going to do the entire legacy thing, but we're going to have Chromie there instead of Nosdormu. So Chromie actually takes Eberthal, or whatever the fuck his name is, takes him back in time trying to see what the hell is going on. But they decided to use Nosdormu very specifically. And it might be that they're using Nosdormu because they're trying to show this is how Deathwing came to a fall, and this is what will happen to Nosdormu as well. He is going to fall as well. Heathen History Gaming, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the 100 pound. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Looking for one more Warhammer video that isn't Luton or like a million years long, because we have to play some Dragonflight before my power goes out. How could a single Space Marine Legion conquer the Warhammer fantasy world? Oh, shit. All right, boys. We're about to call out all of the Warhammer fantasy bitches. All of the people that care about fantasy is about to lose their shit because Warhammer 40k just has better toys. So let's see.
G'day, guys and gal. I don't think there is a debate between which setting is bigger between Fantasy and 40k. Fantasy takes place on one planet, whilst 40k takes place in the entire bloody galaxy. Now, I'm not here to draw connections between the two. I've already done that. Rather, I'm here today to see if a single Space Marine Legion could conquer the entirety of the world of Warhammer Fantasy. It might seem like an obvious yes.
Yeah.
Super soldiers with rocket machine guns versus a bunch of Renaissance era and earlier dudes and dudettes. But there is more to fantasy than just spears and old guns. They have their own aces up their sleeve, which might just be enough to bring a Great Crusade era Legion to its knees. Today we'll go over if a Space Marine Legion, let's say the Ultramarines to keep things nice and vanilla, could conquer the entirety of the Warhammer Fantasy world without help from Guardsmen, the Mechanicus, or other legions. It would be them at full strength and with their Primarch and other special characters, but they can't just be bad sports and exterminators of the planet.
Let's quickly hear it in chat first before we continue. Is it a yes or a no from you on the question posed by this video? It's a yes from me, by the way. And if you're watching this on YouTube, let us know in the comments, yes or no. Could a single Space Marine Legion conquer the whole of the Warhammer Fantasy world? Depends on the book offered. No, we're talking in actual lore terms. So you have to think about this as a lore thing. All right, there's a lot of yeses. Some no's, but a lot of yeses coming through.
If things go wrong, and their goal is to conquer, not destroy, hence 24/7 carpet bombings are also off the menu. For Warhammer Fantasy, chaos won't be present, and it will be the world as it was just prior to the end times, hence lots of heroes, stacked armies, and spicy shit. The Warhammer Fantasy world will not be forcibly united to begin with, other than the common alliances that were already in existence.
Dude, I would say a single Inquisition, like a single Inquisitor, could probably take out the whole of the fantasy universe. Like literally one Exterminatus and GG, because all of fantasy takes place on a single planet. So Exterminatus the shit out of it and game over.
This technically counts as a fantasy video as well, so consider my quarterly obligation to fantasy fulfilled. Let's get into it. Firstly, we need to suss out how much each side is packing. Starting with the Space Marine Legion, because you know, that will be way easier to quantify than the entire bloody planet of Warhammer Fantasy. During the Great Crusade, the Ultramarines were the most numerous of all the legions. This is due to them not being retarded in wars and preserving a lot of life. They also had a straightforward recruitment system which didn't involve any borderline heretical bullshit, and they also absorbed a lot of the Marines from the 2nd and 11th Legions when those legions went kaput.
Not the same as
Hence,
ours.
the Ultramarines numbered around 250,000 Marines, which is actually really high. Maybe we shouldn't use the Ultramarines as the example here. Oh well, too late. The amount of Dreadnoughts, Terminators, Thunderhawks, and Land Raiders that the Legion would have is not entirely clear. In the novel, 1,000 Suns, just over 100 Marines were supported by 6 Land Raiders, so we could say that they have 15,000 Land Raiders, but that doesn't sound right, and the real number is likely a fair bit lower. For a real-life example, Russia has 13,000 tanks and 900,000 soldiers, which sounds like a bit more of a realistic proportion, so let's give our boys in blue 5,000 Land Raiders, which is still a metric shitload. Terminators were rarer than you would think, as they didn't enter mainstream production until pretty late in the Crusade, but 5% of the Legion having it seems pretty accurate, so there's about 12,000 Ultra Termies. Dreadnoughts are even harder to guess, but they were very rare, so I'd say they only had about 1,000 or less. Each Legion also supported a couple thousand Thunderhawks and other support ships. God damn, I'm only just starting to realise how truly bonkers each Legion actually was. An interesting note here though, as the peak of each power's Legion was after the Council of Nicaea, none of them have...
But this isn't all of it. What about the Titans and the fucking, like, the big fucking weapons that we have? Like, in 40k, this list has to be longer than that. Titans and Mechanicus? Yeah, but wouldn't Ultramarine chapters fight with Titans? Aren't there Titans that would work with Ultramarines? Like, as a singular squad to go do shit? I'm pretty sure, no? This is just the Ultramarines? Yeah, but they would fight under Guilliman, therefore... Like, does Guilliman currently control any Titans? In his command. Is there any Titans in his command? Or under his command? I think it was Space Marine Legion. Yeah, I still don't. I feel like if you're going to go, because he's saying, can a single Space Marine Legion conquer the whole world of Warhammer Fantasy? That means that as a Space Marine Legion would go to war. So imagine in Warhammer 40k, a Space Marine Legion, the Ultramarines, decided to go to war against something. What would they take with them in that war? And then that is what you take to this war. Because it is a Space Marine Legion that decided to go to war. So what are they taking with them on this war? Wouldn't that be like a better one-on-one comparison? The video then would be, can the whole of the Imperium conquer the fantasy? No, because it doesn't have to be the whole of the Imperium. Because I'm pretty sure if a single Space Marine chapter went to war in Warhammer 40k, they wouldn't take all the Titans and all the fucking weapons of the Mechanicus. They would obviously only take what they have. Right? He then thanks the Herberts to really appreciate it. He specified in the beginning that they go alone for this one, because it's just one legion against one world. Yeah, but it's still, I don't agree with the methodology, but I get why he's not including it. But I think the methodology is wrong, but never mind.
Any active librarians, which I could say could be the Achilles heel for the Legion in this circumstance. Despite the huge size of the Ultramarine Legion, the world of Warhammer Fantasy's population is in the hundreds of millions or even low billions, if there are as many Skaven as we think there are. Due to its constant warlike state of the world, a huge percentage of that population are warriors. All greenskins, lizardmen, vampire counts, undead, tomb kings, beastmen, and skaven pretty much have their entire population prepared for war at all times. Now, Warhammer Fantasy's population has always been as many as the plot requires, hence why the elves can get into apocalyptic genocidal wars every couple of years, but still be able to muster gigantic armies despite being, I quote, a dying race. It's jarring, it's stupid, but it's what we've been given. Fortunately, people on the internet with way bigger neckbeards and way less friends than me have used history, hints in the lore, and some cheeky maths that I won't get into because we're here to be entertained, not to have suicidal thoughts, to figure out the population roughly. For reference, Altdorf, capital of the empire, has a pretty low pop, coming in at about 100,000. From there, we can say that Reichland has about 2 to 4 million, and expanding that to the rest of the empire gives us a population of 15 to 20 million. The Dawe and the Elves...
Dude, humans in fantasy is not doing their bit to keep humanity alive at all.
Smaller, hence would have a couple million each, whilst the Greenskins and Skaven could easily have into the hundreds of millions. The overly convoluted point I'm trying to make here is that each Space Marine is going to have to kill about 1,000 combatants each. Fortunately, the races of the Warhammer world aren't the Zerg or Tyranids, so it's not like you'll get 250 million people autistically screeching while charging at an Astartes gunline, as funny as that would be. Warhammer Fantasy does have 3 trump cards beyond its population. Firstly, it has monsters which are more than capable of tearing a Space Marine limb from limb. Secondly, whilst most races' weaponry won't even be able to scratch a Space Marine's armor, the races of the Dawe and the Skaven, especially the Skaven, have some wild weapons that could be surprisingly effective. And finally, Warhammer Fantasy has a magic, like a lot of it. Considering that the Ultramarines won't be packing librarians, they'll be powerless to prevent a lot of the damage from magic. Let's get into it. The Space Marines are commanded by Guilliman, one of the greatest military minds in the galaxy.
Yep.
They would scan the world from orbit and send in probes to investigate, allowing them to see a lot of what was going on and the military capacity of each nation. The Skaven would be mostly undetected, as would the Wood Elves and Lizardmen due to their natural environmental camouflage as well as magical warding. Likely unknown to the Ultramarines, the races of Warhammer Fantasy would be made aware of their existence through magical scrying, prophecies, premonitions, or for the Skaven, just a big ass green telescope. The gods of Warhammer Fantasy would also be stirred, and would likely begin setting in motion their grand plans, similar to that of the End Times. Lilith would reach out to Teclis, and Cain would begin influencing Tyrion. Asuryan would also try to start claiming Malekith. Yeah, I know.
His estimation on the Empire is way off. The Empire is based on medieval Germany, which is the country on Earth with the smallest capital cities and the most rural population. The Empire has like 10 times the numbers Major Kill thinks.
Maybe, but even with 10 times the numbers, you're looking at... So he said 15 million, so 10 times the numbers, we're going to 150 million. That's still, like, compare that to what the Imperium has. The humans of Warhammer Fantasy are not doing their fucking due diligence. They're not working hard enough. They should be fucking more. And less talky, more fucky.
End Time's bad, but that's the law we have, so that's what we're using. The resurrection of Nagash would also commence in the same way as in the End Times. Satisfied with their intel, the Ultramarines would simultaneously attack all key points of the world at the same time. Due to a lack of obvious anti-aircraft weaponry from the fantasy world, the Ultramarines would be able to likely attack Norsca, Reichland, Araby, Ulthuan, Nagaroth, Cathay, Lustria, Southlands, Bretonia, and the Badlands simultaneously.
You see, this is where I would probably say Major Kill isn't thinking correctly on this, because if you are Guilliman and you are obviously incredibly gifted, you would most likely start on one point of the map and try to win one side of this first. And once you've conquered the one side of it, then you can start walking over to the other side. But to launch with 250,000 soldiers, to launch an all-out assault on this spread would be very bad. I would not attack this side at all, or I would attack this side and leave this side unattacked until such time that I've conquered this entire side, and then move over to the other side. This would spread your soldiers way too thin to actually deal any significant damage.
Leaving small islands like Nippon and Albion alone for now, as they sought to crush the morale of this strange planet in one blow. I imagine the Ultramarines would deploy 200,000 of their 250,000 troops, splitting them evenly across each drop zone, while keeping 50,000 Marines in orbit with Guilliman, hence about 20,000 Marines in each area. Each Ultra army would face different degrees of success. The Marines in Norsca would have next to no issues, blasting away the primitive Norscan warriors with no effort. Even war mammoths and other monsters would go down with a rocket or two. A handful of Marines would fall due to magic or legendary monsters such as the Frostworms, but for the most part, the pacification of Norsca would be quick and easy. Attacking and taking Reichland would be slightly harder, but not too bad. Due to their celestial college, the Empire would have a clear picture about what is to come from the stars, hence would have Imperial Griffins as well as Luminarchs ready for an airborne invasion. A number of Thunderhawks would go down due to hits from Luminarchs as well as attacks from the Imperial Griffins and the Imperial Dragon, but it would barely dent the force. The united armies of the Empire would immediately begin getting shredded by bolter fire, chainswords, dreadnoughts and land raiders. The Luminarchs would be targeted and destroyed, whilst the ineffective Hellstorm rocket batteries and cannons would be mostly ignored. At most, all they could do is stagger a marine. The few precious steam tanks in the Empire's arsenal would be crushed by the fury of thunderhammers. Still, a few dozen or more marines would die. The College of Magic would be in full force, flinging fireballs, lightning bolts, and beams of pure light. These targeting spells, as well as a couple flamestorms and comets of Cassandora, would be enough to break through an Astartes armor and end their life. On top of that, the magical warding from the Wizards of Light and Heavens should be able to block some rockets and bolter shots due to the non-magical nature of them. Perhaps a metal wizard would be able to buff a few units of handgunners, giving their bullets the ability to penetrate ceramite and drop a few more marines. Despite this, within a few minutes, the casualties of the Empire would be in the thousands, and they would break and run. Karl Franz, seeing the slaughter of his men yet the effectiveness of magic, would order a retreat, taking special note to gather his mages. Each Imperial city would soon surrender, either after hearing of the battle or after a short siege. Before that though, they would evacuate their wizards, as the Ultramarines would gather the wizards they caught together and execute them as rogue psykers. Bretonnia would fall easier than the Empire, the protections of the Lady not enough to prevent scores of knights from being blown apart, the magic of their damsels not enough to do any real damage. By this point, the Fey Enchantress had already been taken by Manfred to resurrect Nagash, so she's also out of play. The Orcs of the Badlands are significantly weaker and less advanced than their 40k counterparts, hence the 20,000 Ultramarines landing there would have a field day, mowing down thousands of Orcs daily. The Orc Shamans and monsters would be able to take out a couple Marines, but just like Norsca, their primitiveness would prove their downfall. Grimgor would be quickly slain. Araby would suffer similarly to the Empire, whilst the Southlands would put up very little resistance. Scout Marines sent into the Land of the Dead, however, would be killed. The magic, ambush potential, and monsters of the Tomb Kings would be too much for the junior Astartes. Heroes like Prince Apophis would be especially devastating to the Scout Marines as he devours them one by one. Naggarond would be a challenge, with their forbidden dark magic, manticores and black dragons. Dozens of Thunderhawks would go down.
Okay, so fantasy
However,
does have a couple of
armor
weapons.
penetration beyond their monsters, the Dark Elf armies would be mowed down. Hundreds of Marines would die to the monstrous ambushes and sheer insanity of the Dark Elves, but even with Malekith leading them, the cities of Naggaroth would be conquered, with Malekith and others escaping into the wilderness to bide their time. Not much is known about Cathay, but it is a powerful celestial nation who I think would perform better than the Empire, especially with the use of ogre mercenaries. However, they too would be brought to their knees by the force of 20,000 Ultramarines. Ulthuan would be interesting. The fleet of Thunderhawks and other ships the Ultramarines had would find fierce resistance in the form of an army of dragons, Griffins, and Great Eagles that the High Elves had. There would be an intense air battle before the Ultramarines could make landfall. Prince Imrik would lead his dragons, while Teclis and Tyrion would coordinate from the ground. Thousands of elven wizards would be adding their might to the battle, firing lightning and fire into the sky. This is really affected by the elves, as when the Ultramarines are in a troop transport, they may as well just be a guardsman. However, eventually the firepower and number of ships the Ultramarines have would blast through the High Elf airborne army, killing Imrik in the process, and they would begin to...
The one problem with this video is during all these battles, wouldn't Gilliman's fleet in space be bombarding the living fuck out of all of their targets? So you would ultimately, I mean, you'd be fighting so many battles on so many fronts. It would be a little, like, annoying to actually have to fight these things.
To make landfall. The elves would try rushing to melee as they would be aware of the Ultramarines' range firepower. Spearmen would get battered and torn apart, however the Swordmaster of Hoeth and some White Lions would likely be able to score some kills, especially when augmented with magic. The reason why the High Elves' response will be so much better than the Dark Elf one is due to how unified the High Elves are, especially since Chaos isn't involved in this end-time scenario, hence Finubar is still around and Kalador hasn't left the kingdom. The Ultramarine deaths would tally in the thousands, but the casualties...
Okay, wait, this is where we get into trouble now, because first, they're not allowed to take any of their normal weapons of war that they would otherwise take, because we've excluded the Adeptus Mechanicus for some strange reason, even though the Adeptus Mechanicus works with these legions, and technically speaking, a Space Marine Legion would take some of the Adeptus Mechanicus stuff to battle, right? To any battle that they fight. So it would technically still be part of it. It's like saying, would the United States Army be effective against North Korea? And then saying, oh, but no, they're not allowed to take their Navy or their planes because it's only the Army. It's like, what the fuck? The Army fights with the Navy and with the Air Force. What are you saying? Like, of course, the Navy and the Air Force will be there too. It won't be all of the planes of the Air Force, and it won't be all of the ships of the Navy, but it will be some Navy ships, and some planes will also be there. So it's sort of like you're cutting the Space Marines off at the knees, and then giving Fantasy World everything. Like, you're saying, no, they get access to all of the shit that they want, but the Space Marines can only go with their fucking bolters. So, like, I don't know if this is fair.
The high elves would be significantly higher. The raging death and violence would consume Tyrion. As his people fell, he would draw the Sword of Cain and become infused with its power. With the blade in hand, the high elves would enter a new war frenzy, surprising the Ultramarines with their morale and strength. Tyrion would carve a bloody path through the Ultramarines, slicing through Terminators and Dreadnoughts like they were made of melted butter.
Well,
seeing this unexpected...
So, Master Joel, even in that, right, America brings Canada or Australia. If America were to attack, it is just natural to assume that America's allies would go to attack as well, because allies and allies operate as a single entity at wartime. So it makes sense that the Ultramarines would, even though I'm not entirely sure if I agree that it would be like Canada and Australia joining the war, because it wouldn't, actually, since the Adeptus Mechanicus is part of the Imperium, and the Ultramarines is part of the Imperium, so the Adeptus Mechanicus is more, in my opinion, like the Navy of the United States of America, rather than, like Canada, for example. It's also massively down Deep Powers Fantasy here by not counting the Chaos. Yeah, but that's, I mean, if we wanted to, we could bring in the Chaos from 40k, right? And say, well, actually, we're also bringing in... I think that's why he discounted Chaos, was literally because if you're going to include Chaos on the one side, you would have to include Chaos on the other side, because the Chaos Gods would know that we're marching on the Worlds on Fantasy, and they'd be like, hey, we could do that too. So that's probably why he's excluding Chaos, because it would just convolute shit.
Expected resistance, Guilliman himself would teleport down to the battlefield and engage Tyrion in a duel. Despite the elf's power and skill, Guilliman is a Primarch, and after a legendary fight, Tyrion would be slain, breaking the morale of the High Elves and causing them to surrender. As Guilliman has a hard-on for anything with pointy ears, it's likely the elven populations would be spared. Teclis would escape. There is one nation that would likely be able to win, however, and that would be Illustria. In the end times, the Slann were basically positioned to be able to defeat Chaos. However, the Skaven try to pull the Chaos Moon closer to the planet, causing the Slann to be weakened and distracted.
Wait,
this scenario doesn't have bullshit.
Do the Ultramarines have Psychers? Oh, he also said that the Ultramarines wouldn't have Librarians with them. Don't the Ultramarines have Librarians just as part of the Ultramarine thing? They do, actually. Fuck yeah, they do. In Dark Imperium, there's this moment where the Ultramarines are attacking a plague world, and part of the Ultramarine squad is a librarian that actually saves them from the Death Guard and like this bell. There's a Death Guard guy that's walking around ringing this bell, and it's just fucking everyone up, and this librarian sort of like saves all of them so that they can kill this guy. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure I agree with all of the stipulations that's made in this video.
Skaven moon hacks to ruin the day, hence the Slann would see what is coming in specific detail, allowing them to prepare their forbidden Old One weaponry. hence the Ultramarines would die in their hundreds before making landfall. The Lizardmen's solar laser technology, combined with the Slan's insane magical powers, as well as their flying units, would destroy dozens of Thunderhawks and drop pods. The Ultramarines would need to choose a landing zone further away, likely on the volcanic island near the Vampire Coast. From there, the Shaken Marines would need to travel across the Lustrian jungles to get near the Lizardmen Temple cities. They would suffer casualties passing through the Vampire Coast as they're assaulted by abomination and monsters. However, the real death toll would climb from non-stop Lizardmen and dinosaur ambushes. Using the Slan's magic,
Okay,
Croc-Eye
hear me out. This I actually fair.
What is that, heathen? The Lizardmen are bonkers.
The lizardmen are bonkers.
Yeah, from what I can hear, the Lizardmen, the Space Marines may actually just go, okay, fuck it, we'll conquer the whole world except for the Lizardmen.
Chinese dinos would be able to descend on the Ultramarine squads, their strength matching that of an Astartes. Croc-Guy would reap a heavy toll due to his weaponry being created by the old ones. As this occurs, Slans such as Mazdamundi and Lord Croak would be hurling all kinds of fatal spells at the Marines, crushing them, blowing up their minds, or just turning them into dust. The Ultramarines would be no pushovers though. Many Lizardmen would die, but with the very ground beneath their feet trying to kill them, the Ultramarines and Lustria would be driven off and forced to retreat. Here is where it gets interesting. The Ultramarines had conquered most of the world, and suffered about 30 to 50,000 casualties all up. They would set up bases across their conquered lands, suffering little to no rebellions due to their diplomatic way of handling each conquered territory. They'd be preparing to launch a new invasion of Lustria whilst exploring the mountains and clashing with the dwarves. Occasionally, they would suffer a fair amount of deaths upon more exploration of the world. The encounter with the Chaos Dwarves would result in the deaths of hundreds of Ultramarines, but it would also shatter the Chaos Dawi Empire, whilst Ind and Nippon would be a lot easier to pacify. The Wood Elves would remain hidden, wiping out the one or two Ultramarine squads sent into Athel Loren to investigate. The Beastmen would be slaughtered by a coordinated Ultramarine attack. Then suddenly, Gilliman gets multiple reports. Ultramarine patrol squads go missing. Empire towns suddenly empty overnight, with only blood and bolter shells left behind. Strange mutters of giant rats and a menacing green glow emerge. At a similar time, the dead begin to awaken in Sylvania. Ultramarines age 10,000 years or more by foul sorcery, whilst horrific rituals take place. Gilliman sends a full company of Marines to investigate, but they're slowed down by the bodies of millions of zombies. Some lose their life to relentless assaults by Vargeists, Vargulfs, and Terrorgeists. Thunderhawks are slowly downed or driven back by a tide of fellbats, each bat shoving its body into any propeller or vent it can find. The ritual is a success, and Nagash is reborn. His first action is to tear apart the Ultramarine company that dared to try and stop his rebirth. Assailed by this new undead and rat threat, as well as having his legions spread throughout Nehekara, the borders of Lustria, and running patrols across the rest of the conquered lands of the world, has caused the Ultramarines to be spread out quite thin. Never before had a Space Marine Legion seen such a diverse cast of Xenos on one planet. It was nearly impossible to predict enemy movement because there were so many potential enemies. The gods of fantasy would also be working together to thwart the Ultramarines, where they could, leading to unexplained anomalies and miracles which directly hurt the invading legion. To make matters worse for the Ultramarines, it's likely that the Orcs who survived the initial massacre would gain an incredible strength and intelligence boost, as they were now scaled up to the new mighty Astarte enemy. There's one of two ways Orcs get powerful, one from a shitload of fighting, or two from fighting strong opponents. The only real reason why the mega OP Krorks devolved into Krorks at the end of the War in Heaven is because they no longer had powerful enemies to fight. For fantasy, the Orcs are rarely pushed or pressured, hence they haven't needed to undergo power boosts to stay relevant.
Like, no
now
way,
they would.
Ethan.
To make matters even worse for the Ultramarines, Malekith could likely now access the Flame of Asuryan, with the Ultramarines not understanding its importance, turning him into the avatar of Asuryan, whilst Teclis undoes the Vortex, empowering all the magic in the world and creating the Incarnates, which were nearly Primarch tier heroes. This would also release Sigma from the Vortex. The arrival of the Incarnates would resurrect Tyrion, empower Nagash, and rally the broken forces of the old world behind powerful commanders. The Skavens would make themselves known, unleashing their Doom Rockets and other devastating weaponry to great effect. As the leader of the Elves, Malekith would also undo the spell he cast which put the majority of dragons to sleep, meaning the united forces of the fantasy world would have a shitload of dragons, potentially giving them the air advantage. Assaulted at all sides,
Fuck.
Guilliman would withdraw his forces to their main stronghold in the Empire, with thousands of Ultramarines being killed in the withdrawal, mostly due to Skaven and newly awoken dragons. It would be safe to say that since the start of the campaign, around 100,000 Ultramarines would be dead or too wounded to fight, with the fantasy casualties numbering in the tens of millions. A legendary battle would commence, the Incarnates, Slann, Nagash, Cetra, and Sigma leading
Do they
a
have
fuck-off
nukes
huge
too?
army against 150,000 Ultramarines. The devastation would be unimaginable. Skaven burrowers would appear behind Ultramarine fortifications only to get mowed down. Thunderhawks would be torn apart by dragons as Sigma smashes through Astartes with his godlike power. Guilliman's supreme command abilities allows his force to hold out against the endless tide, but once Lord Crow and Mazdamundi start casting their apocalyptic spells, the end becomes near. Fortifications are ripped apart by the sheer will of the Slann, as even the Wood Elves join the fray, Orion reaping a heavy toll with his Spear of Kurnos, impaling Ultramarines with every throw. Now at this point, Guilliman's new objective would be a withdrawal. Too many of his sons were now dead, and if he made a last stand, it's likely the rest would be wiped out as well. The magic, monsters, and heroes of Warhammer Fantasy were too great to stand before with only one legion. If the Ultramarines were really unlucky, they might not even notice the Moonbuster rocket that Ikit Claw fires at their fleet, destroying most of it and wiping out the Ultramarines'
Yeah.
escape and safety.
I know what we'll do. Well, let me race Usain Bolt, okay? Let's quickly see how that would go. If can a single Akalon defeat Usain Bolt in a 100-meter dash? Well, it would start off with Usain Bolt taking the early lead. He would be close to the finishing line, and then we would cut off his knees. And then we would cut off his arms. And then we would shoot him twice in the fucking chest. We'd also take off his head. And then Akalon wins. Surprise, surprise, this is amazing. Like, how did Akalon do it? Well, Akalon did it because he basically destroyed every single advantage that Usain Bolt possibly could have had, whilst also still giving him every single advantage that he possibly could have had, or at least a gun. This is just not... What the fuck is actually this about? Like, why do the Warhammer Fantasy guys get all of their toys and the Imperium gets nothing? Like, just none of our toys are allowed in because it's not Space Marine or whatever. Like, fuck me. Pretty much. Pretty much.
But it's likely it would be intercepted before it could detonate. Either way, the Ultramarines are beaten and withdraw. In lore, they would call for backup via a fuckload of guardsmen or even another Space Marine Legion or two. So, a single Space Marine Legion could not conquer the world of Warhammer Fantasy. As we saw, they started off well. Their supreme firepower and super soldiers make short work of most of the capitals of the world. However, the magic and monsters of fantasy
someone
meant that the
suggested
Ultramarines
this
could
on
certainly be
Reddit.
killed. With only 250,000 Marines spread across an entire planet, it allowed the much more numerous and volatile races of fantasy, most notably the Skaven, to gain the upper hand. The conquering of fantasy would also trigger a lot of its really overpowered endtime events, such as Nagash, the Incarnates, and Sigma, and without their librarians, the Ultramarines had little defense against such magical might. Ironically, despite being way less armed, Space Marine chapters from 40k would fare a lot better. They're used to fighting a wider variety of overpowered Xenos, and they have librarians, which could have negated a lot of the magical issues. Despite the devastation that the fantasy world would experience, they would come out as the winners. And that does us for today, guys. Could a Space Marine Legion conquer the world of Warhammer Fantasy? If you enjoyed the video and want to support the channel, then Patreon is the place to be. Only $1 per month give you access to a boatload of Warhammer hentai, including a Shrek and Eldar piece which is soon to drop. Hit the subscribe button, then hit the real subscribe button for more fantastical content. Join the Discord for more memes, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
So this video should be much simpler. Even if the Imperium got all toys, one geomantic web holding back chaos would stop any orbital attacks, as it already has multiple times. Any Marine that lands is instantly melted by the guy who literally controls all metal. Any who survived that would die to having 0 tech, 0 power, and poisons that scare even Nurgle himself. I beg to differ. I think if this video was, will the Imperium beat the worlds of Warhammer Fantasy, then the answer would absolutely be yes. Yes, I think so. You can't have one guy run around the entire planet melting power suits. Again, I think Gilliman would never allow for just a single legion to go in. No. I think there's a lot of things in this video. So Major Kill sort of did something here, which I don't know if it's entirely fair, because he chose pre-heresy Imperium Space Marines or Ultramarine Space Marines as the sort of, this is the army that's going to attack. But for fantasy, he basically gave them everything that they could possibly need. I think the fact that at the end he had to pull all the stops to turn things around. Yeah, I guess so. It's just, you see, videos like this is very difficult because you obviously have your own biases, and also it's not entirely obvious that you can just do this. Like, it's not going to be that easy. Because you would have to look at every element of every single one of the armies and see what conquers what and how. There are more guardsmen than space on the planet for him to stand on. Yeah, but that's if we send guardsmen. Apparently, we're not allowed to send guardsmen because it's only the Ultramarine the Ultramarine Legion that's going. It seems like fantasy is pretty over the top as well, doesn't it? Like, fantasy appears to be super over the top too.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Oh yeah,
Shit.
Doom rockets are nukes. Like actual nukes.
Oh shit, that took a while to get through. Fuck.
Have a dumpling.
Yeah, I would never have recommended this one. I never liked it.
I think it's a difficult one to sort of do. If I'm honest, I think it's a very difficult video to make.
Couldn't take on would be the Lizardmen. They only disappeared in the end times because the moon was thrown onto them and they left the planet on their spaceships.
Yeah, I don't know why it took so long to come through, but, you know, is what it is. We know there's the power scaling of, say, a bolter blast to a warp fire thrower. Yeah, you would have to, like I said, you'd have to break this down. If you wanted to make this video, like, proper, what you would need to do is you would have to break down the entirety of the universe into its multiple components. So you would have to look, you'd probably start with looking at the power of the weapons. And I don't know if that would be, like, the hardest thing in the world to do. Because I'm assuming that every single weapon does have stats on it. Even in Warhammer 40k, Fantasy and 40k, the weapons would have stats. So you would first look at all of the stats for all of the weapons. And then you would say, okay, now that we have all of the stats for all of the weapons laid out, let's now look at the stats for each of the units that will be fighting in these wars. And now we start comparing it. So I think it's a really difficult video. It would take you months to actually make a video like this. Why did people hate the Age of Sigmar stuff so much? Like, what exactly happened there? Why did people hate it so much? Oh, here's a question for you. What about the Tyranids? If the Tyranids were to invade, Warhammer Fantasy, who would win? On canon, you cannot make me. You don't think the Tyranids could beat Warhammer Fantasy? Like, the full might of the Tyranids? Would be eaten by the Skaven?
Tyranids would be eaten by the Skaven.
I don't know though, bro. The Tyranids are pretty fucking scary. I don't know if I agree with that. I'm just doing some updates. Give me a moment. War of Attrition, I think the Nids would eventually win. of Age of Sigmar drama, same as if WoW were to end tomorrow and WoW 2 came out with the same names but different rules. Ah, so people just hated the rules of Age of Sigmar. Caleb, how you doing, bro? For the analog of Skaven, I say the Tyranids would 100% consume fantasy. I mean, the Tyranids in full might. So I'm not suggesting the Tyranids is sort of like a whatever faction. I mean, the full might of the Tyranids, I think would be... It would be a nightmare. Because, yeah, I mean... Everyone is fucking afraid of the Tyranids. Even the Chaos Gods don't like the Tyranids, so... It's clear that you don't fuck with the Tyranids. On a phylactic scale, fantasy factions are continental at best. A galactic scale. Yeah. Well, that's actually one of the reasons I like the world of... It's one of the reasons I love the world of 40k so much, is because it's on that galactic scale. Made characters make illogical and uncharacteristic decisions stuff. It's basically agreed upon that the end times were mishandled. But they did walk it back, no?
Haven't we done this before? Until thank goodness you're here. The time waves are in chaos. We'll need as much help as we can get to fix them.
Okay.
An infinite dragon is trying to corrupt our bronze oath stone in the temporal conflux. That stone embodies our calling to protect all time.
Of course the infinites are
If
here.
corrupted, anything could happen, including... Oh no... Murazon!
Alright.
We can't let that infinite turn Nosdormu into his awful dark alternate self. I'm going to go try and hold her off. You help Dante sort things out down here.
Alright. So that effectively, just to be clear, solves the issue in all fucking time, for all time, of people saying that no, Murazond is no longer canon, he can no longer exist. Chromie literally just said it there. The amount of times that I've had to deal with people going, bro, we already stopped the whole Murazond thing all the way back in the end times. Murazond can no longer be. Could we get over it? Chromie literally just fucking said that. If he managed to corrupt it, it would be travesty.
So nice to see you.
Hello again, I think.
The time there's nothing the Time Walkers can't fix.
Except some of our ranks are missing.
No, I don't think Chromie will be the new
Yes,
aspect of time.
I have time. For now. I'll be deep
Hello,
in my
Warlock.
books.
You're right on time. Some trouble up at the temple is causing the time waves to destabilize and spill out into the valley. Not only that, but a bunch of time walkers are missing. We've asked for extra help, but one of the new recruits hasn't arrived yet. Can you look for her? Be careful though. Time's in a massive state of flux around the valley. There's no knowing what dangers are around.
It has been a time.
I know you'll find everyone and get it figured out. Meet me at the temporal conflux after.
Alright, so where would she be? Oh. Well, she dead? No, she not dead.
The time magic, sir. There was a... Thank you.
I think Chromie dies and that turns Nosdormu into Murazond? No. No, I don't think so. I think what happens is one of the primal incarnates will effectively threatened to kill Nostormu, and in his attempt to stay alive, that is
Yes,
what will turn him
I can
into
help.
Morozond. I knew somebody would come around eventually.
Did we do it?
One moment. My first assignment, unstable temporal energy seeping into the forest, affecting the wildlife. Need to assess the impact and collect that magic for the Time Walkers. Zira shakes her head a moment. I was examining a pack of Vorkwin when I was attacked by a crazy bear overflowing with time magic. It caught me off guard. I barely escaped. Could you find my missing gear for me, Warlock? You might also have to deal with that bear.
I know I can.
Okay. Fly up to disaggregate them up. Yeah, I know, but it's just easier to, you know, fucking kill it. Alright, come on, boys. The thing is, we have no real way of knowing, like, exactly how Nosdormu turns into Morozond. But if I'm reading this expansion correctly so far, I think this is the expansion in which it happens. The way things seems to be playing out, it just, well, it feels like Blizzard is sort of preparing us for it. Rurikon, how you doing, bro? With what electricity, Rurikon? Like, I'm doing my best with the few fucking hours that I have. So, you know, it is what it is. How you doing, bro? So how can corrupted Nos be corrupted by an old god? Okay, so listen, the whole thing of Nosdormu does not turn into Morozond through the corruption of old gods. That's not how that happens for him. Instead, the prophecy says that he resists his own death, and that is when he turns into Morozond. The whole old god thing, I think simply has to do with a truth that he discovers. So when he finally, like, when he finally does turn into Morozond, he realizes the truth of what the Titans had done. And that is what turns him against the Titans and to work for the old gods. Did everyone lose audio, or is it only Rurikon that lost audio?
I know what to do. What is the problem?
Thank you for recovering all that valuable equipment, Warlock. You're most
I
welcome.
think that went well.
Just time is running out.
We make a good
With
team.
the Bronze Temple under attack, temporal energy is seeping out everywhere. The Time Walkers placed collectors all through this forest trying to gather all the errant magic. Anything collected can also be used as extra power, which is a good thing. This crisis is draining all our resources. I was supposed to retrieve the collectors, but I still need a moment to catch my breath. Could you get them for me? I guess.
I know I can.
Time in a
we
bottle.
make a good
Great!
team.
The Time Walker staff intact. But it is definitely drained. I know. You can recharge it using the temporal energy coalescing around the wildlife here. Unfortunately, that means defeating infected creatures in the forest. The energies were making them dangerous and unstable, and we would have had to cull the population after anyhow. Sometimes you have to sacrifice for the greater good. Could you help? I still need a minute.
Did we do it?
Oh.
Thank you. Meet me back at the Shifting Sands.
Here again. Welcome back, Rurikon. find the truth and becomes it. I don't really get why he's trying to avoid it, since he knows it must be important to him to turn him into the first place. Not necessarily. I mean, sure, you could make that argument, but remember, as far as Nosdormu is concerned, being Morozond is a bad thing. It's a very bad thing, and he doesn't want to be Morozond. Have you been having fun, Rurikon? Can I ask a slightly off-topic question? Why aren't there any original godlike foul beings in WoW? So Garrus doesn't really count since he's a Titan originally? Well, okay, so there's a number of theories around that. All of them my own. So I can't really give you the full answer because no one really knows. But what I can say is... Oh, fuck off. Sorry, let me just get these down and then we can... Okay, so there's... I guess one of two options. The first is that Chaos just never developed godlike beings, just due to the nature of being Chaos. You know, whatever godlike beings would have had the opportunity to exist were killed before they could even become godlike beings. So that's option number one. I don't like that option. I think that's stupid. The other option is that due to their nature as Chaos, they are they're scattered. So unlike if you look at Order, for example, what happened during Order? Well, the Titans came together as a group and basically you know, wrested control of the galaxy in such a way that, you know, they all work together for the greater good. So it is obvious that any god of chaos is not going to do the same thing. Not even close, right? Like, the gods of chaos would probably be in constant war with each other. At least that would be my theory. So they're out there. They're just not easily seen, easily spotted, because they're in constant war with each other. Yes, I play Prot and even dabbled in PvP and fucking wrecked Hordes. Wow, you filthy alliance scumbag. So Prot's pretty good this time around. Rurikon. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure, because I've been a little distracted trying to kill this shit. Like, if you need me to sort of lay it out better, I will. Alright, I need... Okay, we may as well just go around the circle. So, it's probable that they're still lurking somewhere out there, waiting to make an entrance when the lore calls for it. Not even necessarily when the lore calls for it. It might just be that if we were ever to find ourselves within the Twisting Nether, we may find them. But because they're not ordered, they don't really pay attention to anything. The other option is that Sargeras, without even realizing it, was doing the bidding of these Chaos Lords. So the Chaos Lords just want to destroy Order. They don't really give a shit about anything else. And so when Sargeras basically took control of the Burning Legion, the Lords of Chaos were like, well, you know, it's not us that's in charge, but at least the dude still wants to fucking kill everything and bring about chaos everywhere, so let's not even argue about this. It's all good, fam. Twilight is one way to save Azeroth, I believe, but turn reality upside down. How would the Hour of Twilight save... How would it save Azeroth, though? Sargeras becomes our ally in Night 5 expansions. It's not so much that I would want him as an ally. It's more a case of I would want to learn that Sargeras wasn't wrong. Like, I don't give a shit about being allies with him, because I don't trust him as much as I don't trust the Titans. But can you imagine the implications if we were to find out that he was never wrong? Like, those implications would be insane.
I am always ready. I think that went well. We make a good team.
Thank you. You're welcome. I could probably use these packs.
I think that went well.
Let's put that up there. And let's get rid of this one. Basically, the Titans essentially lied to us. How would you feel if the Titans were the end boss of the six-pack? No. I don't think the Titan should be the end boss. I think it should just be a case of we break free from the control of the Titans. But I don't think... No, I wouldn't be in favor of that. That would not be good. I don't want to fight Titans. I don't want to fight, like, big bads and shit like that. Casting spells and abilities has a low chance to refund mana if below... Wow, this is completely useless to me. And then the next X-Pack would be the Titans' enemies, because the Order would not allow us to be free from them. What would that even look like? Like, how would we fight the fullness of the Titans, though? Well, one thing we already know is that whatever main story reveals itself in this expansion will only be resolved next expansion. This we already know for a fact. This staff has been through a lot, but it should be fully functional again.
I'm Dante. This is the adventure I told you about.
We have met. They appear to be another promising new recruit. I wish I could
Feels
get back
like
to my
the
books.
first time.
You know where to find
Shepherding
me.
the Time Ways is a dangerous duty. Though you are not a Time Walker, Ambassador Chronormu believes you will be of great help. But to ensure your safety, we must properly train you. Unfortunately, all our instructors are still missing. I will do my best to help. Let us see how we both do. I know the Ambassador Chronormu is counting on the both of us.
We will find time.
Given Morazon's
Come along.
seeming obsession with the
You as
real
well,
end times and stuff like that,
Zerathel.
I have a feeling that the Titans almost certainly lie to
If
us,
only
don't
we
they?
could skip forward to already being Master Time Walkers.
The
Let me
hell's
know when
this?
you are ready.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have stories play out over multiple expansions, so that we already know. So the whole... Okay, so... The whole Nostormu thing is... The Titan thing actually is incredibly interesting, but it is also, I think, misleading in a lot of ways. So the first thing you have to understand about the Titans is that to say that they lied is not necessarily the right way to think of it. It would be much better to think of what the Titans did as lies by omission
or just not believing that we should know certain things. Not so much that they just straight up deceived us. So, because at the end of the day, in order to deceive someone, you must think enough of them to think that they should not know the truth. It might just be that the Titans didn't believe that we, the mortals of Azeroth, or even the dragons of Azeroth, needed the full truth. And so they didn't share the full truth with them. Considering, I would say, the way in which the Titans do things, it could also just be a case of hiding things for the sake of order, for the sake of peace. Because if the dragons were to know everything, that would be a problem. But we have so many pieces of evidence throughout the entirety of the story, going back all the way to the Dawn of the Aspects, and subsequent, like in Cataclysm even, going back to Cataclysm, there's so many examples of beings over the course of time that have warned us about the Titans, that don't trust the Titans. Deathwing himself says that whatever the Titans did to him is a prison sentence. It's not a gift. It's a prison sentence. And so the chances are that at the moment of Nosdormu's death, Nosdormu sees the truth. He realizes the truth of what the Titans have done to them. And this is the moment that he accepts becoming Morozond. Because you have to think about this logically. Nosdormu hates Morozond. He knows Morozond. He knows where Morozond is. He knows who the Infinite Dragonflight is. He feels guilty. Like, legit. If you want to do yourself a favor, read the Dawn of the Aspects book again. In Dawn of the Aspects, Nosdormu, I think it's Alexstrasza that actually has to put Nosdormu's mind at ease. She has to tell him, look, we do not blame you for the things that Morozond is doing. But Nosdormu can't help himself because Nosdormu doesn't look at Morozond as like another. Nosdormu looks at Morozond as himself. He recognizes himself within Morozond, and he can't believe that Morozond would do anything like this. So this is where you sort of have to ask yourself, okay, what would drive a character like Nosdormu, a dragon that is incredibly wise, incredibly tempered, very, shall we say, slow to action? What would drive that dragon to accepting whatever gift turns him into Morozond, knowing full well that he will turn into Morozond? Make no mistake. He knows that the exact moment of he's turning into Morozond, and yet whatever happens, he'll do it anyway. What could possibly lead to that? Well, the answer, in my opinion, would be the truth. Some kind of truth that is revealed to him. Some level of truth that he ultimately, right now, does not possess. Whatever that truth may be. Now, we already have evidence that the Black Empire looked very different to what we've been told. We were told that it was this dark, horrible place where death was everywhere and madness was everywhere. We know that that's not entirely true. It doesn't mean that it isn't somewhat true. It may actually be very true, but it's not entirely true. There's definitely been things that's hidden from us. We also know that a lot of the claims of what things that Titans built wasn't actually built by the Titans, but instead just ordered by the Titans and actually built by the old gods during the days of the Black Empire. We don't know what those things are because all of those records have been squashed. And then, of course, we ultimately come to the dragons themselves. Now, in order to understand the creation of the dragons, you have to go back to the days of the proto-drakes. So, proto-drakes come from the elemental planes. They were created within the elemental planes, and they then ventured out of the elemental planes and found their home on Azeroth. Proto-drakes were also incredibly stupid. Just FYI. The vast majority of proto-drakes could not even speak. This is made clear with in Dawn of the Aspects, where
Dude, I'm so glad I rate that or re-rate that book. I'm almost done, actually. In Dawn of the Aspects, it's made clear Maligos actually looks down on a lot of the proto-drakes because they can't speak. They just simply attack. They're very instinct-driven. They're very territorial, and they'll fight over food all the time. And the only thing that all proto-drakes sort of en masse is afraid of is Galakrond. That's literally the only thing they fear. Everything else is perfectly fine. And they legit attack each other. And even Maligos and the other aspects. So when you hear Maligos speak to Alexstrasza or to Ysera, it's broken English. Okay? They're not speaking in full sentences. They're not speaking intelligently. They're speaking very sort of primitively. It's very much just the case of saying whatever needs to be said in as quick a way as humanly possible. Champion and Cavalier Gamers, thanks for the first time chats. Really appreciate that, guys. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So out of this, eventually we get the aspects born. Now, we are told that the aspects are born due to Tyr and the other dragon or Titan keepers, allowing the Titans to bless the Dragonflights and give them the gift of becoming aspects, so give them great intelligence. But the Primal Incarnates teach us another side of the story. Remember, Tyr and the Keepers chose the 5 dragons that would become the aspects because they were the most intelligent of all dragon kind. At least according to the lore, they were the only 5 that were intelligent enough to ultimately become aspects. The others were effectively looked at as mindless drones. The Primal Incarnates prove that this is not true. Each of them can think, each of them can speak, each of them can form complex sort of theories and take complex actions that would be evidence of a higher level of intelligence. So this suggests that whatever the dragon aspects was the next step in the proto-drake evolution. So the proto-drakes that became the aspects wasn't a one-off. It was simply part of their natural evolution, and more would have followed eventually. So you can immediately, that's a lie by the Titans. The question becomes, to what extent? Now, my belief here is that the Titans ultimately limited what the aspects do. And the way I reach this conclusion, the Titans are beings of order. So this means that they would have brought order to the dragon aspects. If you look at the Primalists or the Primal Incarnates, very chaotic, a very sort of unlimited power based on the element that they are a part of, but definitely not ordered. So in other words, it's almost fair to assume that whatever gifts the dragon aspects received also sort of function as a limiting factor. So while, yes, it provides a lot of power and it does provide a lot of intelligence and also a lot of beauty, it also limits. So it brings order, but through order there is a limitation. Partly because that's what the Titans do, but also because maybe the Titans realized it wouldn't be clever to give dragons unlimited power. It would be much better for us to limit these powers as much as possible, at least. Do we know of any proto-drakes that can speak other than the Incarnates? Do the world bosses speak? I don't know. I've not done any of the world bosses yet, but I would assume that there might be other primal like proto-drakes that might speak, even if it is very broken. But that would also, like, the amount of time that would be needed for proto-drakes to ultimately form that level of intelligence could probably take a really long time, right? So in a sense, it's why the aspects are both a gift and a curse. Yes. Now, if you listen to someone like Deathwing, it's just a curse, straight up. Just a massive curse. It's a prison, as he describes it. Funnily enough, that's exactly what Sylvanas called Azeroth.
If you want to think of it as a gift and a curse, yes, pretty much. And we know this. We know that they've been gifted and cursed. Deathwing's literal gift was the power of Azeroth itself. The curse was the weight of Azeroth pressing down upon him and almost literally ripping his skin apart as a result of this pressure. So I would say Nosdormu's moment of turn would be the same as Deathwing's moment of turn, would be the same as every other moment of turn. It would be the moment that they realized the truth of what had happened, the truth of what had transpired, the truth about what was hidden to them, or what was hidden from them. The fact that the primal incarnates are so strong, this might be why Deathwing ultimately called upon the old gods. Now remember, we only see the moment that Nosdormu sees Deathwing call upon the old gods. But for Deathwing to have called upon the old gods, surely Deathwing should have known and probably have been in contact with the old gods before them already. To know that he could actually call upon the old gods and that the old gods would actually assist him had he called upon them. So Deathwing could probably have known and have been whispered to by the old gods long before this even happened. And then, of course, we can go to evidence within BFA, where N'Zoth isn't trying to kill us, but instead is trying to test us. What was that raid called? It was a raid with just 2 bosses. I can't remember now. It was the second raid, just after the Dazaralor raid. Second raid, it was a 2 or 3 man raid, a 3 boss raid. Crucible of Storms, yes, that's the one. In that, there's a boss that literally all of the voice lines is about us not being ready, us being tested, us being weighed to see if we are worthy. N'Zoth is continuously testing us. I think this expansion is going to turn out very different to what most of us think. I think there's going to be a hell of a curveball somewhere within this expansion. I don't know where exactly yet, but somewhere within this expansion there's going to be a crazy curveball. What's up, hello? How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Also, champion, thanks for the follow, brother. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Azeroth was a prison. You will see soon. I don't mind that. Okay, so let's speak to this guy.
Books,
I am ready to begin.
time. You know where to find that staff is able to harness temporal energy from a source. Please, give it a try.
Okay.
Well done. The staff can also be used to redirect the energy collected to a target such as this one. I'm out of range.
Okay, so I'm charging and discharging things.
Excellent. Now, try
still expect
focusing
Azeroth
your
Mad
staff's
Dragon.
energy at this artifact in order to restore it to its time of origin. But please, be careful.
Well, champion, yes and no. Because Nalfarian was also the strongest of all of the dragons. Because, yeah, he was given dominion over the deep places of the world. But that came with a tremendous amount of power because he literally had the power of Azeroth herself. Like, Azeroth herself answered to him. So it was an immense power that was given to him.
Oh dear, it backfired. Brace yourself.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm time traveling,
The Great Cataclysm has shattered more than just the world. War Chief Thrall, arguably the most powerful living shaman,
Shit, that's
has
long
left
ago.
his people behind so that he might stop the cataclysm at its source. Yet, in his absence, the Orc champion Garrosh Hellscream has become the Horde's new war chief. Though popular amongst the Orcs for his victories against the Lich King, Garrosh's reckless leadership has begun to cause a rift between himself and the other leaders of the Horde. With Durotar's natural resources nearly depleted, Garrosh seeks to take whatever
Wait,
his
is it
people
taking me
need
back
to
to the
survive,
starting zone for the
regardless of
Orcs?
who stands in his way. A dangerous new era for the Horde.
Dude, I'm
has
not
dawned,
starting at level 1
and
again.
it
I'll
falls to
fucking lose
brave
my
orcs
shit.
like you to uphold the will of the new war chief and assure the dominance of your people.
Imagine if it backfired, you started back at level 1.
Ah, there you are. This happens sometimes.
Oh, he found
We
me.
must return to the present, however.
Okay. But you stunned me, bro.
Really, we must be going.
Dude, you fucking stunned me. What are you talking about? Alright, so that went wrong. Clearly that wasn't working. Time cow, the ultimate way to age beef. Ooh. Can you imagine?
As you can see, there are serious consequences to wielding time magic improperly.
What are you saying? The old gods might turn out not to be the villains, and that we have been on the wrong side all this time, that we've been lied to? No, people are looking at this whole villain thing completely wrong, in my opinion. It's not about villains and friends. It's about realizing that no one in our universe is our friend. Everyone is a villain. No, think of all you could influence, change for your benefit. You should have stayed. It wouldn't let me.
That time already?
Okay, so it feels like the first
I'll be
time.
deep in
That
my
was quite
books.
unexpected. As you can see, there are many dangers that come with wielding time energy. I do wish there was time to examine the effects of your little hiccup, but there are more important matters.
It has been a time.
Times like these. Despite that small hiccup during training, I believe you are prepared enough to aid us here. The distortions in the valley are allowing different time periods to cross over into ours. We are unsure why these timelines connect, which is quite alarming. We need more information. Please, see if you can find anything about the creatures pouring in from different timelines. I'm sure their passage will have left some sort of residue. By studying it, we can hopefully find a way to get ahead of this crisis.
We will
Right,
find
I can do
time.
that. And you? What question do you
will
have for
do
me?
this
A
together.
proper time walker never leaves a crisis half resolved. Why wait and study? Why wait and study when we have the tools we need already? Since you have my original staff, I found a spare for me to use. I'm sure no one will miss it. This is my plan. We team up on those rifts together and save the day. All the days, really. Sorry, I still get confused about the time stuff. What do you say? The task should be simple enough, right?
Did we do it?
What could go wrong?
Let me head to the rifts first. See you there.
Each serves their own purpose. If we're in their way, they're a villain. If we're after the same goal, we're friends. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're talking about gods, no? And it's believable that gods would really care very little for us as mortals. Right? They're gods. Why would they give a single fuck about us? Wow, okay, these guys have a little bit more health than what I anticipated, actually. Yeah, I definitely didn't anticipate them having this much health. Garong proceeds to destroy the universe. Yeah, a lot of things could go wrong with time. Like, I don't know if fucking with time is necessarily the best bet, but, you know, we'll make it work. So, the way you have to look at it is... I think the best way is probably to go back to, like, the days of Roman gods, for example. Like, Roman gods weren't friendly at all. They were fine if you, like, praised them and, you know, didn't get in their way, but they could be dicks if you did anything to piss them off. Like, they could be absolute cocksuckers if you piss them off, which I think is the way you should look at the Titans of Azeroth. Well, you can't destroy everything, since even void is a thing. Even if it's just energy with goals, it's something. You see, I don't know exactly what the void is, but I do think that we've been misled by the void, or basically by many creatures on the true nature of the void. Even though there is hints of it, and I know it's still early in the story of DF, but with the hints of Nostorm eventually turning, do you still think we will see it this... I do think we'll see it this expansion. I think we'll see it this expansion, or at least we'll see it a lot more clearly this expansion. Like, if we don't see it completely, we'll see it a lot more clearly. The void clearly has some sort of presence, collective conscious, so it's probably not literally nothing. So my view on the void is that it is mistakenly called the void. And instead, I think of it as the immaterium rather than... so I look at it very similar to how the warp functions within Warhammer 40k. I don't know if you guys know what much about Warhammer 40k. But in Warhammer 40k, the warp is effectively the realm of the immaterium, where the materium cannot exist. And the immaterium finds it very difficult to exist there as well. Now, that sounds to me the same as the Void. When Void Lords want to get into our reality, they find it incredibly difficult to do so. And it takes an immeasurable amount of energy in order to keep them there. And it would be just as difficult for us to actually exist within the Void, because we are made of materium and they are made of immaterium. I think the word void is simply used because it is the absence of something. Like, they don't know what's going on there. It seems like it's the emptiness. And this is where things get seriously bonkers, if I am correct. Because the modern day... So, the opposite of the void is considered to be the light, correct? Like, that's according to almost... Well, actually, to all of the canonical evidence that we have, the opposite of the void is the light. But I don't think that's true. Actually, I don't think that's even close to true. Because the opposite of light is not void. The opposite of void would be something. Anything. If something exists, that something would be the opposite of the void. In that sense, there really is only one true opposite of the void. And that would be Azeroth, or reality. At least, Azeroth is shown in the books to be reality. Yeah. Reality would be the opposite of the void. But what is the power inside Zaval's hull and those devourers? Ooh, the power inside Zaval's hull. I don't know. Kink? Proteo? Maybe some kind of sexual deviancy that we don't know about? I don't know. I never saw him put anything in his hull, but it could be. It is possible. It's his G-spot, bro. That's where the power lies. I know what you mean.
Let me handle the next one by myself.
I know what you mean. I would say it's first one magic. I know that sounds like a cop-out because it is. I don't know what else to tell you. It's first one magic.
The energy from this rift feels primordial.
How?
I think that went well. Oh, this is not good. Maybe you should handle this.
Wait, a Murloc came through? Nice little bit of fucking drop there. I like it.
I think a Murloc just merged into that timeline. Do we really need to tell Dante? It will be fine.
This girl really isn't good at her fucking job, bro. Raktor, how you doing, bro? Yeah, we may have just destroyed this timeline. It wouldn't be a problem,
you
no?
can close this one. What is it now?
Who the hell is this? Enorme.
When am I?
When am I? Nice. Okay, Enorme, what's up, bro?
What time is it?
Are you one of the Time Walkers? Did you say Time Walkers? They are here? Zira could lead you to them.
Consider all the timelines.
Why were you inside that time rift?
It is a long story.
Can we trust him?
Dante is going to love this.
Okay, since everyone says all the time Azeroth drained reality, does that mean reality and everything will be destroyed when Azeroth finally wakes up, or no? Depends, because the only reason people are saying that Azeroth is dreaming all reality is based on Azathoth, the outer god of the Lovecraftian universe. But, you know, that would mean that Blizzard blatantly just 1v1 or one-on-one copied the lore from Lovecraft, which I don't think they did. So I don't think that's what's happening here. I think, so the way I think this is connected to, the way I think Azeroth is connected to Azathoth is through the Emerald Dream. So the Emerald Dream is called the Dream. Right? It's the perfect version of what Azeroth is meant to be without any corruption. It also happens to be tied very specifically to Azeroth. So what I believe is that Azeroth dreams the Emerald Dream, and then whatever is within the Emerald Dream manifests outside of the Emerald Dream on Azeroth itself. So that is how Azeroth is dreaming reality. Azeroth literally dreams the things that come into existence on Azeroth, but once it has come into existence, it is now in existence, and it will not end. Even if Azeroth were to wake up, those things now exist. Yeah, Azeroth without any outside interference, true. Are there elemental forces in the Emerald Dream? Not that I know of. I mean, it's pure. I don't think so. Dream? The dream is dreaming our life?
So many books, so little time.
Things like these. While it is unfortunate this is all happening, I am eager to discover new chronologies to study. With these samples, we will have a better understanding of how and why these timelines are intersecting with ours. You should have known this by now, bro.
We will find time.
Okay, so this is haste versatility. Which one do I replace? The other one that has haste and versatility on it. Peace.
I am always ready.
We did it, right? Okay, maybe there was a wrinkle or two. Nothing Dante needs to know about. Also, an unexpected visitor. Still, overall, I would say that went pretty well. A wrinkle or two. We let a Murloc from our time go into some other timeline. Where, what if that Murloc goes into some other timeline and all, like, there are no Murlocs there and suddenly that Murloc becomes the God King and takes over the universe? Seems like a really bad idea. It's so frustrating. Everyone is really positive about DF so far. I really want to get back into it, but the hesitation. Raktor, I would say it's worth getting into. Look, I don't think anyone hated World of Warcraft more than me over the last 4 years. I have made my feelings about World of Warcraft incredibly clear. I thought BFA was a massive waste of fucking time and space. I thought Shadowlands was the biggest fuck you to the player base ever. And I can tell you DF is nothing like this. DF is nothing like this. It is fun. The world feels amazing. And a lot of people misunderstand what I say when I say the world feels amazing. Because people think what I mean when I say the world feels amazing is that, oh, there's just a lot of people in the world now, bro, because, you know, it's the beginning of the expansion. That too will die. But that's not what I mean when I say that the world feels amazing. The world feels like a place that's being lived in.
like flying over, there's so many small little places of things that exist that you don't find during your questing experience. Like, it's not, you don't go there during your questing experience. It's just there. And when you discover it, there's a bunch of quests for you to do there and things for you to discover there. Unlike previous expansions, where the world very much sort of felt like a... at least at times, the world could sort of feel like a... how do I explain this? At times, the world could feel very much like a paint-by-numbers thing in the past, right? Where, oh, you have to go here and then go here and go here, and, you know, everything you're doing is basically just to hit max level. This time around, it really doesn't feel like that. It feels almost as if hitting max level is sort of like a side quest, if that makes sense. That's not the main reason the world was built. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Over here, yeah. Valon, how you doing? I'm glad they thought out adventure mode for alts 2 before we needed to beg. Dude, I'm glad there's a lot of things they fucking did before we needed to beg for it. I found inn that have 0 quests and the bartender refused to serve us as we only have 2 legs. That's so cool. Fucking nice. I'm super happy they reward you for doing the rest of the quests after hitting max level. I don't even know. How do they reward you? Leveling my alt is almost preferable to my main. That's so good for completion. Just want more people back so I can find a guild to raid with. Wow, Fairy Star. Talk about being a selfish git. There's no rush, bro. So that's the other thing that's really nice. There's no rush. Because the only thing you need in order to play this game is whatever the fuck you want to do, you do. There's no rush. If you want to do Mythic, maybe you'll be a little bit behind on gearing, but that's it. Just grind a bit and you'll have the gear to go do your Mythic raids and stuff like that. There's no borrowed power bullshit or anything like that. Which is so fucking cool. These incursions push the durability of this timeline to the point of breaking. If only we had our full contingent of Time Walkers. Though you are a novice with this staff, I am told that you have managed to help us out greatly. With an extra push, I believe you may further aid our cause. Normally, I would put you through a full training, but the times are unorthodox. Take the scroll of advanced knowledge and use it to push back the invaders. Be swift though, the effects are only temporary.
Time is passing. It is good to see that you have returned
Unleash
safely.
time magic, dealing damage to nearby time-lost enemies.
Temporal conflux when fissures in time suddenly opened and pulled us through.
What of the others with you?
I do not know. I did not see any others where I went.
Where did you go?
It was a time that looked much like this, but was vastly different.
In what way?
The timeline was chaos. There was destruction everywhere. Few left to save.
Oh, and there's so many things that you look for in the game. That's the other really cool thing. Like, there's so many things in the game that you just... Like, I find so many times where I'll see something and I'll be like, ooh, let me go check that out. Mainly because the dragon riding is super fun. What is this? Do I have to do that? Is that actually... Oh, yeah, I have to do that. Okay. You. Apparently, I need to explode you. How does that do fucking anything? Like, on a 20-second cooldown? Are you for real?
Cannot stop us!
Wow. 20-second cooldown, and it doesn't even one-shot them? What the fuck is this?
this is bullshit, is what it is. I've seen this as well. He's about to reach that part of the questline. Apparently everyone loves this, so I'm looking forward to it. Only useful if you're leveling as a healer. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting as a damage dealer. You waste more time actually just pressing the button than you do just, you know, killing them the normal way. Yeah, someone needs to fucking upgrade this shit. But the devil is in the details, just like it's always been in WoW. Nothing is at face value. True. Although I find it very difficult to think of any way that Blizzard could actually fuck this up. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, sure they can. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's impossible for them to fuck it up, but in order to fuck it up, there has to be a way in which they could fuck it up. And I don't see... I don't really see how they would do it. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the hold button thing. Dude, I'm so used to just pressing the buttons. Hold button would be impossible to get used to for me. I would much rather just press my buttons as I need them. To learn what's going on Azeroth, it's the details, the flavor text and items, overhead combos that we always ignore. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, that's a whole different discussion. They could mess it up, I'm pretty sure, but for everyone, I hope they don't. So, it's like I said, it's not that it's impossible for them to mess it up. It's that I find it difficult to see how they would mess it up. And that's not to say that they can't do it. It's more a case of, okay, so if you think of Blizzard in the past, so BFA and Shadowlands had incredible weaknesses that could be exploited, that could lead to just giant fucking up of the game. You know, in BFA you had things like Azerite armors, you had the Iron Expeditions, you had the what were those called? Not the invasions, the fuck, what were they called again? I can't remember now. The battlefronts, things like this, right? And all of these things were potential points of weakness. It was potential points that could go wrong and really fuck the game. Dragonflight has none of that. What Blizzard would need to fuck up with Dragonflight also, coincidentally, happens to be some of their strongest things, like some of the things that they're strongest at. So they would need to fuck up dungeons, and they would need to fuck up PvP. When's the last time that Blizzard wholesale fucked up all of the dungeons? Or all of the raids? Or all of the PvP? That doesn't happen, really. The only clear way that I could see Blizzard fucking up here, that I could see Blizzard breaking the game to the point where, you know, people no longer want to play it, would be lack of content. So if Blizzard took another 9 months in order to bring out new content, that could be a problem. But other than that, I don't think we have much to worry about. Tell me how fun and friction-free DF is to me is I already have 5 max level and I'm recording my crafting fleet. Yeah. Yeah, so people are really fucking storming through this. I'm almost done with the story. I'm almost done with my first character, boys. And then, hopefully I can storm through it as well. Then they hired another entire studio onto the WoW team to help with content development. Yeah, but that studio came way too late. That studio would have had nothing to do with Dragonflight itself. It's also much easier this time around for Blizzard to actually make content for WoW. Because you don't have all those convoluted systems that require updates and shit. All you have to do is just make new things for people to experience. New dragon races, maybe a few more dragon riding talents, a few more dungeons, a few more open world stuff. It's all very compartmentalized, I guess is I should say. In the past, you have to think about this. So if you wanted to make something new for Azerite Armor, Azerite Armor didn't exist in a bubble. You couldn't just do Azerite Armor, do whatever the fuck you want because that's fun. That would be a miserable mistake. For Azerite Armor to work, you had to work with the raiding team, you had to work with the dungeon team, because all of this shit would have to be figured out and balanced. So this could take a really long time to do. Whereas in this expansion, if you were to add new dragon riding talents, do you think the quest, or do you think the balance team needs to be sort of informed of you adding new things for dragon riding? No. Just add new things for dragon riding. It's not interfering with literally anything else in the game. So it should potentially be much easier for Blizzard to add new content. My instinct is that every quest messed me over on that quest. You did that, sent you back to the start of the game, caused me to instantly accept a quest from the Lich King and overwrite my intro quests done by marking all of them complete. Wait, what? Wasn't I supposed to pick something up here? I guess not anymore. Also, and I will fight anyone that says differently. Dragon riding is the answer to the problem that used to be flying. Like, dragon riding is fucking phenomenal, bro. It is so much fun to dragon ride. Saban, no, I haven't tweeted anything yet at Blizzard. I will give them a little bit of time.
We cannot lose
Like,
more time.
let me experience the game first as it's meant to be, and then I'll tweet at Blizzard to tell them this is amazing. You know, I could actually tweet at this would be an absolute fair tweet to make, so I will do that. Wait, hold up. Let me just see. Alright, so we could absolutely... I think I'm blocked by him. But we'll see. I know we follow each other, but I think I'm muted by him. He probably muted me, because I've been very nasty in the past to Blizzard. To Terran Gregory. It's clear that it comes from a place of love. Yeah, but kind of when you call Ian Azikostas a cunt, it's difficult to feel the love. You know, when you say that he's a cunt. I can see why they're not very happy with me. And I'll do it again, because fuck them. I never want to see another fucking expansion like Shadowlands or BFA. Yeah, I'm blacklisted. Well, I've been blacklisted by... Yeah, I called the Nuzur a cunt too. She Lore works for another company? Yeah, Lore actually had me blocked for a long time. I'm so used to dragon riding that even in regular flying zones, I always mount and double tap spacebar. Your response to your question, grammar one? No, I did not. No. We go a long way. If you sent Ian an email apologizing for being rude. Oh, I already sent him a DM. I sent him a DM. Actually, middle of Shadowlands. I sent Ian a DM apologizing for my behavior, but then also telling him that while I regret the way in which I handled it, I still believe that it was at least to some extent warranted. So, yeah, I'm not just a dick for dick's sake, and I get that not everyone understands the fact that being called a cunt is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, I probably could have handled it better, but I was so angry at the time that, yeah, it just felt like it was necessary to call them a cunt, because they destroyed the game. But I'm happy to be wrong when I'm wrong, and to apologize when I should. A Time Walker's staff is crucial to shepherding time. Sometimes a gentle prod is all that is needed. Other times, firmer action is required. There should be enough to mitigate the instability in this area for now. While there is still more work to be done, your companions are eager to assist up at the temple. I will ensure the area down here is supported while you all go ahead.
Until next time.
Went wrong though. They've taken feedback and improved. Oh yeah, they've absolutely taken feedback and improved. I can't really fault them on what they've done since. Because I do think what they've done since has just been absolutely incredible. But again, it's early days. We'll have to wait and see. Because things can still go wrong, boys. Things can still go wrong. You dig? But you sound like one, and Ian is kind of a cunt. Dude, the thing is, I'm incredibly brazen, right? I say exactly what I think when I think it, and I don't really think when I say things. I don't care about being diplomatic. I've had this so many times in the past. I've had so many of my friends and also long-term viewers would DM me sometimes and be like, bro, you're going a bit far, man. Like, chill out. And I'd be like, fuck off. Or sometimes I listen, depending on who it is. There are some people that break through every single time, like Saven. Saven can sort of, well, she rakes me over the coals quite often. And I'll listen. Other times I'll just be like, bro, if you don't like it, fuck off. But that's usually when I'm still angry. So I'll be like, look, if you don't want it, if you don't like listening to me fucking rage, fuck off. And I'll apologize later. But yeah, I say whatever I think, and if you don't like that, that's your fucking problem. I can't help myself.
That time already?
You sound like me, blunt and straight to the point. I prefer when people are blunt and straight to the point. It makes it much easier for me to know where I stand with people. I don't like guessing games. I don't want to guess how you feel about me. Just fucking say it. My sister, so I totally get you. Nice. Catching up to Chromie.
You know where to find
You have
me.
helped us regain our hold on the sands, but I can sense something greater happening up on the temple platforms. Let us take to the skies and regroup with Ambassador Chronormu there. As always, time is of the
I'll be
essence.
deep in my books. We will ascend to the temple platforms. Please, meet us there when you are ready.
Race you, Dante!
Then this is
New
very true.
recruits.
Like, it's never meant to be personal, but it is, I guess, personal to some people. Wait,
Better
these
get
things?
comfortable
What
in
the
that
hell?
bubble,
Oh, they
Eternus. I
caught him.
won't let you corrupt our bronze oath stone.
Whether I am here for a day or millennia, it matters not. I will ensure the rise of our Lord Murazond.
Never. Lord knows Dormu is counting on me.
What do you guys think? I know someone asked me this question, but now I actually see exactly why they asked me this question. What are the chances that this is Chromie? That Chromie is this? Eternus is in fact Chromie and vice versa. Dude, Abaddon, Wagyu Boltong, or jerky as you call it, is good, but I had something even better. I had something even better, bro. Wagyu Druvors. Like Wagyu dry sausage. So when you hold it, right, it drips fat. Like the fat literally drips out of it. When you go into the butcher and you buy it, they have it hanging like on the drying racks, and then they have paper towels beneath it because it's just dripping oil the whole fucking time. The fat's just flowing out of that shit. They put it in the butcher's paper, and within minutes the butcher paper is fucking soaked, dude. That shit goes down, dude. It goes down like a cock after a week at a fucking nunnery, bro. It is so good. Cinema's beef game. Only thing I disagree with Akko on is eating everything with a knife and a fork. Well, that's how you should eat things. You get it, by the way? There's a place in Somerset Mall, Cesius. Have you ever been to Somerset Mall? In Somerset Mall, there's a place called Montegio or some shit like that. I can't remember. But they sell it. And there's a place close to me, actually, in Gordon's Bay that sells it as well, at the Gordon's Bay Mall. The Bolton place here sells Wagyu Druvors as well. It's expensive as all fuck. It is expensive as all hell. But it is so good, man. Wait, where's Woodware? Is it in Somerset? I don't even know that. Eat even chips with a fork because I hate having greasy hands. I agree. Although, which chips? Like normal potato chips or like fries chips? Because fries, yes, knife and a fork, absolutely. Why the fuck would you eat that anywhere, any other way? Potato chips, like the ones that come in tinfoil packets. How do you eat that? Like, I could see eating that with a spoon, maybe. But a fork wouldn't cut through that. Like, if you pressed with a fork, it would just shatter. No, the right way to eat that is like this. So you open the bag, and then you just throw it in. Like, you literally just throw it into your mouth. You don't touch it with your hands. That's dirty as shit. You just... Like, you would drink a drink, but only with chips. That's the right way to eat that. You're both heretics? Dude, I will not eat it with my fucking hands. Your hands get dirty. You can't touch anything afterward. No. Do that action again for a second? Fuck you, Token. I will not do it. I will not do it again. Chips, the only true way to eat chips with my hands? No, your hands are not meant for eating, bro. That's why we invented knives and forks, because they work better. And don't give me that chopsticks bullshit. I can't eat with those. They just make any meal a million times harder.
Take care of yourself out there. It's like
Oh wait,
meeting
we
again
should probably
for
do
the
this,
first
right?
time.
You see, damn it, I tried. See what? Hands up for masturbating, not eating. You're allowed to masturbate with your hands, yes. Although these days there's so many toys You're sort of wasting your masturbation time if you're using your hands. Depends, Lilith, are you male or female? Because that would probably change this conversation quite a bit. Because I think if you're a girl and you're just sort of goggling it from the fucking bag, that's not a good look. But if you're a guy, no one seems to give a fuck. So you're allowed to do a thing. Like, girls have to pretend to have manners. As a guy, you don't have to pretend jack shit. You just live your life. Chopsticks, you forbid them before I could type. I fucking hate chopsticks. Let's go. Time travel? Yeah, we're probably going now. I don't think it's a good look for anyone, to be honest. I don't agree with that at all. What are you talking about? How's that not a good look for everyone? As a guy, the only time you have to pretend to have manners is when you meet the girl that you want to marry. And only for so long that you convince her that, oh, he's not a bad guy. But then after that, you can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want. She's going to sort you out anyway. Like, you don't have to have manners. She'll make sure that you have the manners that she thinks is most important by, like, the first year of the marriage anyways. Everyone can use a fork. I will never use a fork to eat fucking chips. That is just weird. I use a fork for just about everything. And I will not use it to eat chips. I don't know how that would work. What if the chip drops to the ground? Why would they drop to the ground? I'm not doing the goggling motion again. You guys can fuck right off, because I already know what's going to happen here. Most of you are sitting there just waiting to capture it so that I can have some kind of dick in my hand as I'm doing it. Look, if you really want it, go back in the conversation, clip that shit, and then you can fucking have it. But I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing your work for you, assholes. Giant Racker, how you doing, bro? You have to for poutine, not an option. Yeah, I've never had poutine, but even that, I think I can eat with a knife and a fork. Hobo deck in a long time. You should have hobo deck at least once a week. It's good, man. A nice cock that hasn't been washed for a while? Fuck, the flavors that thing gives off. Sublime. About time. Fuck. About time. Eternus might look frozen in that bubble, but she's struggling with all her might to get free.
It's so nice to see you.
I would never allow the Infinites to succeed, but I wish there was another way to get through to them aside from combat. So making an emote, Aspen Gargle. Dude, we need quite a few new emotes, so... Time-locked Time Walkers. I'm so glad you're here. I need you to stabilize the situation here on the platforms while Dante and Zira help me hold our infinite dragon friend in place. The temple's security measures locked Eternus in a stasis bubble when she tried to take control of our Oathstone. Unfortunately, the other Time Walkers were also caught in those security measures. Your Time Walker staff should free them, no problem. Just make sure to deal with any angry timelings that pop up. Cracks in time. When the temple locked down, the wardens got sealed up with the temple doors. We need to pop that stasis bubble to get them out. Unfortunately, that'll need a fully empowered Time Walker staff. I know, you can drain the crystals here on the platforms. That should power up your staff enough. They have their own stasis fields, so just yank them out and absorb their energy with your staff. And don't feel bad if they shatter. The power is still there, even if it is in pieces. No, they really don't care about preserving shit.
Assistance as well.
You should go into reaction mode. Second portal is the one, baby. Wait, who said I require your assistance as well? Who? Oh. Oh, shit. I'm coming, bro.
Yes?
The Infinite has forced the energies of time to aggression. This is not good. Please, slay any time elementals you encounter while assisting Ambassador Chronormu. I will remain here and help her hold Eternus in place.
Do not worry.
They're almost definitely gonna fail.
Your friend is more than capable for this task.
I know they are. They were amazing in the past. Or was
What the
that
hell is
future?
this?
Or right now?
I'm disrupting you.
I know.
Time to smoke it up. Enjoy, Apocalypse. Count it. I'll hit it with you. Hit what with it? The joint. Dude, I don't know how people fucking smoke weed, man. The feeling that shit gives me is just not fun at all. I can't do it. My DR prescribed it. My doctor prescribed it for my UC, so yeah, I would have to find something else. If a doctor ever described that shit to me, I would be like, no, you need to give me something else. This is not gonna work. The edibles do what? No, all of them make me tired, Apocalypse. Like, I've had many strains from many different plants, and all of them have the exact same effect on me. It makes me tired as fuck. Dude, these guys are pulling fucking everything. How is he getting this many things pulled, though? Oh, they're just spawning now. Okay. We've done edibles once, was lit. Sativas. I've tried sativa before. The Rastafarian shop, literally. Well, right now it's actually quite far, but it's a couple of kilometers away from me. The Rasta shop here sells sativa, I think it's called. And I'm still not a fan. Rastafarian is in the name. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 Rasta shops here. It's wild, dude. They're not open on Saturdays, which is such a mindfuck. Man, this fucking guy pulling all of them the whole time. They calm down, fam. I don't know what. It's the bleeding out of almost. Wait, what the hell are you guys talking about? I'm pretty sure I don't know what the fuck chat is on about. Okay, this could hurt. Stun him. Jesus, kill him quick, please. Fuck, please. Good job, bro. Good fucking job. Almost died there. Mobs here multiply when more than one player click it. Not gonna lie, the respawn rate is a little off in this expansion. This is now like so many fucking bosses that I've encountered that just have the weirdest respawn, or so many areas that just have incredibly weird respawn times. What the hell is this? Oh shit. Okay, let's free the crystal, shall we?
It's okay. Just use your staff on the shards instead.
What shards? What the fuck is she talking about? Oh. But we, as a civilization, don't vote correctly? What do you mean? Giant rat guy, what the hell are you talking about? Are you shoehorning politics into this year conversation? Can't get health insurance for gut issues. What's wrong with your gut, Fairy? Mega chat great again. Ban politics. I don't mind talking about politics, but most people can't have a conversation about politics without losing their fucking minds, so it's easier to just not have the politics in the first place. Otherwise, you know, people just lose their shit. Because you're not allowed to disagree, otherwise, you know. How dare you? The system is a black hole of tax money if you don't want people going bankrupt. Yeah, sadly my government is doing the NHI thing soon. Also, can I just say very quickly, this is not a political statement. This is a fairly what the fuck statement. If you guys could, you Americans specifically, if you could email your president and tell him kindly from the whole of South Africa to fuck off, that'd be great. Like, you could also, to level it out, you could also, like, email your favorite Republican guy and tell him to fuck off too. Like, if that makes you feel better. I don't care. It's not a political or a party thing. It's like a legit thing of Biden literally came out just yesterday, I believe, and said that they're gonna pay South Africa $8 billion to get rid of all of our coal power plants. Like, we already don't have fucking electricity, and America wants us to get rid of our power. Like, the only power plants we have, they want us to get rid of. It would be great if that wasn't the thing. Like, if you guys could focus on your own problems, that'd be grand. Like, you know, I don't know, blow up your own fucking power plants, but we kind of don't have power. Did you not hear that, Cesius? Yeah. Biden is going to spend $8 billion of the American taxpayer money to
don't worry, we can replace those
close down
crystals.
all of our fucking power plants.
I think we can.
It's really cool. Hear about the breakthrough in nuke fusion? Oh yeah, I heard about that. I didn't read all of it, but I did hear about it. Like, if we can nail fusion, like, if we can nail mass scale fusion, that would be disgusting.
The time waves must be preserved.
Time lock. It worked. I'm not surprised. Not entirely, at least. Cracks in time. Excellent work. You should be cooking with more than enough time. Wait, you should be cooking with more than enough time juice to release the wardens now.
Is this hello or...
Fusion solves a lot of issues. Oh, yeah. But I don't know why. The thing is, does fusion solve a lot of issues? Because, truth be told, fission is fine too, and many people are so fucking afraid of fission that they don't want nuclear power plants anywhere. When my government suggested that we should get nuclear power plants, there were actual environmental groups in South Africa fucking rioting outside the courtrooms, trying to block that shit. Comes about, they cause a shit ton more. Instead of travel, not a problem. Slow burn for a long time, you pick up hella speed. As on their side in the past. Yeah, a lot of morons think that nuclear is bad.
I wish I could get back to my books.
I think I have a sword. I do have a sword, or did I fucking dismantle that? No, I have the sword. Which is definitely better than the staff that I have, yes. And I can take this offhand, and then I have a good sword and offhand.
It has been a time.
Oh shit, Chromie. Thank you. There we go. There it is. There it is. It's been a while since I've had a sword and probably going to be a political nightmare for a while. As with those breakthroughs. Yeah, because the government first needs to figure out how they can use it for themselves. They need to be part of the solution, whatever that solution is. The government will never allow for normal people to have any solution to anything. Cavaliers Gamers, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have many lucky doos you like.
I have an evoker. Will I play him? Yeah, sure, after this, I think. I'm not part of any political side. I'm on my own fucking side. Well, I'd probably say I lean more anarchist than like to either side of the political sphere. I'm more of an anarchist, like a pure anarchist.
It's been a pleasure.
The once and future team. Alright, let's pop that stasis bubble around the temple doors and release our wardens. Are you ready for a huge tug-of-war match with time itself? Yank the door's bubble like you did with the crystals earlier, but be careful. All the time energy released is sure to collect and attack you. I'm not sure what will be there, but at least you'll have the freed wardens on your side no matter what happens. Good luck, Echo.
We'll hold Eternus in place.
One said you wouldn't mind if people could get heroin. Yeah, I don't think heroin should be illegal.
Ambassador Chronomu.
I may not be a full time walker yet, but I am strong enough to help.
Together, our power should be enough.
Your efforts are wasted.
Oh my Jesus.
I have seen all possible
futures. Apparently not that close.
We shall be victorious.
Your efforts are wasted. I've seen all possible futures.
No,
we shall be
victorious. I believe in us, and we won't let you destroy the time ways.
Chromie is a little cringe in this one, to be fair. Little cringe. Stand the point of view, but that's short-sighted. No, it's not. Do you really think that people don't use heroin because it's illegal? I don't understand how anyone would view it that way. Dude, I can't. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh, there we go. Let's pull it. Make it available. Tax it. Problem solved. If you make it available,
we're finally free.
If you make it available, you can ensure that whatever people do get their hands on is safe and at least pure, right? So that they don't get shit that's cut with all sorts of bad stuff. Whereas now, if it's illegal, all you're doing is you're creating a massive black market for it. And what is the black market other than just an incredibly violent place where criminals get incredibly powerful and incredibly wealthy as a result of our illegal shit. The truth is, you want to make everything legal. Or at least everything that you can make legal, you should make legal. Yeah, there's many things that's well, heroin would be easy for me to get. It would take me about 5 minutes to get heroin. I've never used it, nor do I ever want to use it. It's legal to get tattoos. I don't have tattoos. It's legal to fuck another guy in the ass. I've not done that yet. So there are many things that is legal that I don't do because I don't want to. If heroin was legal, some people would do it. I think most people wouldn't. I don't think it's the illegality of something that makes people not do it. I think if something resonates with you, you're going to... If something resonates with you, you're going to find a way to do it regardless of the legality of it. The only thing you do when you make something illegal, think about this. Marijuana, weed, has been illegal in so many countries for so fucking long. Yet people still smoke weed. The only result that weed the illegal status of weed has had is that people that otherwise would not be considered a threat to society whatsoever is stuck in prisons. For what reason? I'm sorry, but if you ask me who has a much, who's the worst offender, who would I least like to see in my natural life? A pothead or a drunk guy? I would say a drunk guy. I don't want to see a drunk guy because drunk guys tend to cause shit. A pothead doesn't do shit. Wait, Heatwave, what did you say? I don't think you guys understand the difference in addiction potential and life destruction caused by heroin versus tobacco, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so Heatwave, I'm gonna ask you this a different way. Who are you to tell anyone else what they're allowed to do with their own bodies? Serious question. Because that's all you're basically saying. You're saying that, no, I do think that we should have the right to tell other people what they can and can't put in their bodies. It has nothing to do with addiction or killing yourself or whatever. Who gives a shit? The only thing that this boils down to is, do we as a society have the right to tell others what they can and can't do with themselves? If it affects no one else. So, yes, we have rules about you picking up a gun and shooting someone else, right? Or about you sticking your finger in someone's asshole when they didn't ask for it. We have rules about those things because you are doing something to someone else that they did not necessarily consent to. But if it's about you, so in other words, the only person that will be affected by you, right, getting high off of heroin, is you. You're the one that's going to get addicted to it. You're the one that's going to get high off of it. No one else should be involved in that conversation except for you. Be able to respect my rights once they're in that addicted state. So for heroin, I don't think that's a problem, right? And also, when you have people that get heroin through legal means, so they go into a pharmacy and they get the heroin there is a much better chance for the police to actually keep an eye on those people. And also, you're freeing up all of those police resources that is currently being spent on the war on drugs, now actually being able to keep the world safe. And it will not take long for, Danes to go up where people can get high as fuck and just sort of bake out there until they're coming off their high or whatever the case might be. I still don't think that... Let me reformulate my argument around this. drugs have been illegal in almost every Western country in the world for the longest fucking time. Do people still do drugs in Western nations? Are there still people that do drugs in America today? The answer is yes, right? There are still people that do drugs in America. So clearly making it illegal didn't stop people from doing drugs. So why do you have a rule that no one can enforce? Because it's clear that they can't enforce it. The war on drugs have been going for almost 60 years. And in 60 years' time, they have done nothing to really quell the drug trade. In fact, it is rumored, or at least believed, that the drug trade is bigger now than it's ever been before. So in other words, you're effectively saying that you have a rule against a crime, right, that affects no one else but yourself, because only you're the only one that's getting high, and you can also literally not enforce it. There's nothing you can do. You're not going to catch all of the druggies. You're not going to be able to round up all of the drug addicts, unless, of course, we have a new rule. We say that drugs are illegal, and if you're caught smoking or doing drugs, we kill you. So we kill you on sight. If the police catches you with so much as a fucking ounce of anything, they just shoot you dead. In which case, maybe you could kill all the drug addicts. You know, so you just get the cops in LA to drive on the curb or some shit, and just drive the fuck out of all the druggies lying in their tents and shit. Maybe that takes care of the problem to some extent, right? But then we have to deal with the whole impact of, is that morally acceptable what we're doing there? The fact of the matter is, you have a rule that is not even enforceable in prison. Prison is a place that it literally has walls and fences all around it. Right? There's fences literally all around it. Everything that comes in and out of a prison is supposed to be monitored very closely. The inmates in a prison have limited access to the outside world, and yet drugs are everywhere in prisons. If a prison cannot keep drugs out, how would a country even hope to fucking accomplish anywhere close to that? You can't stop it. So why are you even fucking trying? Make it legal. Let people get it from safe and trustworthy sources, and tax it if you have to, right? I'm all for taxing consumption.
We'll meet again.
The once and future team. All right, that's the second largest time elemental I've ever seen. I knew I should have packed my selfie camera today. Oof. Trying to remind me that there is such a thing as a selfie camera. It's a little on the nose, Blizzard, but never mind.
Have time for you.
If the impacts all your customers, right? Yako, it's normal to be bigger. We're now 8 billion people on Mother Earth. Well, Dave Mute, whenever they do these, they do them in relation to. So it's not like, oh, it's gotten bigger, of course it's bigger. We can say with absolute certainty that the economy today is bigger than it's ever been before in relation to ever before as well. Because we can literally go back and look at, you know, the per capita GDP, what the currencies are worth and what they were worth. And so when we say that the drug trade is bigger than it's ever been before, it isn't just because there's more people on planet Earth. That definitely plays into the sheer size of it, but the relative size of it would be the same regardless of the amount of people on Earth. No, the police are not winning the war on drugs. If anything, you're keeping the police busy with bullshit when the police could spend a lot more time fighting actual serious crimes, like murder, for example, or robbery. Because if the police didn't have to spend their considerable resources on drugs, which, by the way, is one of the most highly funded portions of almost any police department, is their drug department. If they didn't have to spend all that money on the drug department, imagine how many more, like, actual crimes they could stop that we would all agree is a much better use of their time. At least in my opinion. The never final countdown. I never thought I'd save our temple by dismantling the very security we set up to protect it, but here we are. With the time elementals purged, our time walkers free, and our wardens at the ready, it's finally time to let this last stasis bubble down and deal with Eternus. Let me know when you're ready. I know with you by my side, nothing can go wrong. Alright, chat, we have about 20 minutes left. Is this enough to do this battle? 20 minutes before my power goes out. So it's not even like it's up for debate here. My power goes out, that's it. That's the end of the fucking stream. Fuck. So we're gonna have to do this tomorrow. Dude, am I ever gonna finish the fucking storyline for Dragonflight? Feels like this is taking the piss. But, oh my god. Yeah, my power's going out now, and then it's out this evening again, so... I have about enough time when the power comes back on for the podcast. So if you're a patron or a YouTube channel member, there's a podcast coming tonight. The podcast is returning, the lore podcast. For everyone else, I will be back tomorrow. We can hang out for a bit more. I have a couple more minutes. Like, I have 20 more minutes or so before the power goes out. So we can hang out for a bit and just chat. Fuck Dragonflight, acquire Warhammer Fantasy? No. I actually enjoy this expansion. Why would I not play it? Enjoyed what it lost though? Dude, I want to get to the good bits, and the good bits are almost always after the leveling. There's so many things I want to learn about, like the Joradin, the Proto-Drakes, the Primal Incarnates. I want to learn about those things, and I can't learn about them because, You stand while pooping yet, Echo? You stand and poop. I mean, we were talking about sitting and wiping or standing and wiping, but I don't think anyone stands and poops. If you do, you're a fucking savage. Sorry, but how do you control that? If you stand and poop, the poop would just run between your cheeks, down your legs. It would be a mess. Why would you do that? Who the fuck can poop while standing when it isn't a badly timed shot? Yeah, squat and poop, I guess. Although, I wouldn't even do that. Wow, tomorrow, this is the first time I actually caught you live, and I really enjoyed the stream. Champion, I'm happy to hear that, bro. So it's gonna be the same time as today? Let me just make sure. Because I'm currently not making my own... schedule. My schedule is literally based on when I have electricity. So I can't really, like, I have to check the schedule of when I will have electricity, because that decides when I stream. And when I don't. But hopefully after Saturday, we're getting closer to going completely off load shedding, so then we can start streaming normal times again. And then I can have a schedule again. Okay, so tomorrow is Friday, which means... Okay, chat. If all things go well, and things stay exactly the same as it is today, we'll probably start the stream tomorrow around like an hour ago. From where we are now. An hour ago from where we are now. And then we'll probably have the podcast at about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, which is in about 20 minutes from now. And then we'll play a little bit afterwards still. If all things go well. If things change, we'll start the stream early again, and then we'll end around this time. So we'll start the same time we started today, which is around... I started at 10 o'clock today, my time. We'll probably start a little bit earlier. We'll start at, like, say, 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock my time in the morning. South African time, that is. And then we'll go. Because if you guys can see here, this is for Friday. So if you look at that schedule there, I don't know if you guys can see that. We're currently on stage 4, countrywide. And Cape Town is on stage 3, as you can see there. Now, if we move back to stage 5, of which there is a high risk because another power station just caught fire, literally last night. So last night they announced that this morning we're going to stage 4. About an hour later, there's a news report that comes through that a new, like, one of the power stations caught fire because of an oil leak. You can't make this shit up, bro. It's like, what the fuck? We've been on stage 5 for so long. Now you take a stage 4 and then fucking we're going back to stage 5 probably. Hopefully we don't, but if we do, know that we'll start earlier and we'll end around this time again. Yeah, it is disgusting, but that's South Africa for you. That's just the life that we lead now. GPU now during load shedding. Nice. He said, what GPU did you get? Yeah, South Africa has been going to shit. And the CEO of Eskom, the guy that came in to try and fix the company, just resigned yesterday. He was legit like, never mind. This shit can't be fixed. Good luck, boys. Minion, I wish I could. Believe me. It would be nice. Yeah, that is a good sign. It really fills one with hope. Although I'm not too fond of the guy because he did make a bunch of mistakes, but at least he wasn't looting and stealing. Which the previous guy was looting and stealing everything that wasn't nailed down. They're probably going to get a new looter in there. You know, a guy that makes himself rich at the expense of the country. So that's going to be super fun. I just went with the RTX 3070. Went from a GTX 10. Oh, you're going to fucking love it. You're going to love it. The 30 series is such a big upgrade from the 1000 series. I went from a 1080 to a 3080. The difference is astounding. Standing man, I'm from Greece. Hey, dude. Third world countries have to ally with each other. Although Greece isn't really a third world country. It's just also a corrupt country. But no, I mean, look, I would love to get out of South Africa, but that's not happening anytime soon. I don't think. So for now, the best I can do is just make it work. Which means buying an inverter, buying some fucking batteries. Because for now, that's really all I can afford. Going fully off the grid is way too expensive. I don't have that kind of money. But I hopefully have enough money to buy an inverter and batteries. Which at least means that when Eskom goes off, I still have power. Like, I don't have to give a shit about, like, Eskom. And then just slowly buy, like, maybe once a month, buy a solar panel. And eventually buy some wind turbines. Because the area that I live in is just... There's so much wind here all the time that it would be perfect for it. Netherlands, weather is shit, but you basically speak the language. Mac General, yeah, but the Netherlands doesn't want South Africans like myself. Abaddon, it does, because most companies in South Africa have already spent the money on getting backup batteries and generators and stuff for their... Like, you guys have no idea how resilient the South African economy actually is. Like, you will be surprised at just how well companies have adapted to this shit. Like, we don't have electricity, but the country is going on like normal. You know, you have businesses, almost every business have generators now. Those who do have battery backup. Like, people are working their ass off to try and stay ahead of things. To try and make some kind of plan. So all of our cell towers, for example, have battery backups. All of our internet exchanges have battery backups and generators and stuff like that. So, technically speaking, unless it's too long, so unless we have 6 hours of load shedding, the battery should be enough to last and actually run those exchanges. Racto, that's very true. That's very true. People can dig fucking deep if they have to. Which is actually quite amazing when you think of it. Much love, Akko. I'm off. I'll see you tomorrow. peace out token. Thanks so much for hanging out, bro. Really appreciate it. But that's good. So if you can manage to power your own house, you will still have internet and all during blackout? Yes. And once that happens, I would be so happy to finally return to the previous stream schedule we used to have. Dude, that will make me so fucking happy. Going back to the previous stream schedule. Like, you have no idea. Like, we used to start the streams at 6 o'clock in the evenings. And that's perfect because it means that all of the Europeans are off work. All of the Americans are awake now. It's like the perfect time to stream. And then because of load shedding, because load shedding is usually quite horrible in the evenings, I was forced to start implementing this morning fucking schedule where I'm streaming now, which is so difficult because, I mean, let's be real. Most of you are at work at the minute, right? So you're sort of kind of listening, but also kind of not, because you're at work and you're trying to get some work done. So it would be nice if I can actually just get back to like a normal, proper stream schedule. We'll see though. Hopefully. We'll see what Futurama has to offer. I didn't even know this was a thing that existed, dude. But there's a place called Futurama, and they apparently sell like all of this shit. Yeah, here we go. Futurama.co.za. I don't know this was a thing. Like, genuinely didn't know this was a thing. But apparently they have like all of the sustainability stuff. Like, here, show you guys what this looks like. So this is Futurama.co.za. And they have sustainability here, so solar power kits. And these things are like, look at a Tesla wall, dude. That's $250,000. Almost $250,000 for a fucking Tesla power wall, bro. It's fucking ridiculous, that is. What's that in real money? Fuck you, bro. Jesus. Let's see. $250,000 rand to dollar. 13,000 US dollars. I don't know. What's the difference? What's the dollar rand? What's the dollar pound markup now? I have no idea. So I have these kits. I don't know if you can trust these kits though. I probably wouldn't buy a kit. I would just go straight for inverters, like a nice smart inverter that isn't like next level expensive. I'm the same. That's hella expensive. That's the price here. What's the price of that exact Tesla Powerwall in America? Can someone check for me? Can one of the American viewers quickly check that? Like, what would you pay right now for Tesla Powerwall 2 AC battery system, 14 kilowatt hours, 5 kilowatt? Oh, Lucer, I don't do stream goals. I don't do stream goals for stuff like this. Because I don't think that you guys should ever be asked or sort of pressured into paying for stuff that's for my life. Like, I love when people do subscribe and I love when people donate, and that's amazing. But it should never come at the sort of... Because there is pressure, right? Whenever you have like a stream goal, there's almost always going to be someone. That's why if you look at my stream goal, it's called degen tax. No one can be forced to pay into that, right? No one likes taxes. So when people see the word tax, they're sort of like, no, fuck that. Never mind. So yeah, I'm not really a fan of pressuring people into anything. Like, if they want to, they can. If they don't want to, they shouldn't. I'll just use the money to buy the shit. I need to see what this Costs. Showing everything in America. Everything in South Africa. Where's the American shit? I could probably just go America. Give me this in America. Wow. So many prices. Try looking it up and it requires a US address to get a quote for it. Shit. So they don't have an average price. Let's see if we can go average price. It's all in fucking... I don't want South Africa. God damn it. Average price USD. How much is a Tesla Powerwall 2? Each Powerwall 2 costs $5,550 and the average US home will need 2 or 3 to supply its power needs. So there you go. It costs 13,000 US dollars in South Africa. I could get 2 in America for the same price. I could almost get 3 in America for the same price of 1 in South Africa. So, and that, ladies and gentlemen, you want to know why that's so expensive here in South Africa? Like, you guys want to take a fucking guess as to why that's so expensive? My government has an import tax of 40%. And then the rest of it is made up by middlemen and shipping and shit like that. It's lovely. My government import taxes the fuck out of shit like that because they want money too. Not that we make this shit, don't worry about it. They're not doing this to protect the South African markets. Because we don't build this. Like, there's not, I don't think there's a single company in South Africa that builds inverters. Yeah, battery prices are like through the roof. Oh my god, before we go, because we don't have much time left, but did you guys see the breakthrough that was made at some university? They made a sulfur something battery. Sulfur. I saw it yesterday. Something, it's not lithium sulfur. It's, was it this one? It wasn't aluminum. It was like sulfur and something that it's double the size, like double the size of a lithium battery and also half as expensive to build. It's an interview with the narrative team and the community council. I have not watched it. When did it come out? 10 hours ago.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, shit. Well, we know what we're going to watch tomorrow, no? It's sodium sulfur. That's the one. Dinner bill. Thank you. Yes. Sodium sulfur. Bro, that poor Blood Elf Paladin was just mining. Poor bastard. Rurikon, you're a fucking heartless asshole, bro. Alright, we're saving this for tomorrow, boys. We're definitely watching this tomorrow first thing. So tune in early so we can go through the WoW Community Council live chat. That's definitely happening tomorrow. D-Wolf, yeah, thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate that, man. Like, D-Wolf always has the fucking rub, bro. Like, D-Wolf knows of everything that's going on within the WoW community. Molten salt batteries, though. So, I know there's molten salt batteries as well. But there's, like, a fuck ton of, like, new technologies that's coming out that hopefully will make this shit a lot cheaper in the future. Like, hopefully. But I need that now. So, I can't really wait for the future. I just need to bite the bullet and buy this shit. Even though... Dude, that's the last thing I want to spend money on now. Like, I really don't want to spend money, but you kind of have to just so that you can work. Remember when you are done? Yeah, I can do that. All right. I am going to go now ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate each and every one of you for coming out, for hanging out, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Even if you don't want to stick around there, just go say hello at least, and then you can go off and do your own shit. Just, you know, spread the love and the joy that is the DJ Nation. Apologize on my behalf to also for not actually coming in, but I literally have to switch my PC off immediately now. So I do apologize sincerely that I can't come in and at least say hello. But, ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you tomorrow morning. First thing, bright and early. Peace out, fam.